Again, good morning, everybody. My name is Angela Ferruzza. I'm head of Division of Environmental, Territorial Sustainability and Climate Change at the Italian National Statistical Institute. And it is a real pleasure to be here for me. Oslo is a fantastic town, and very thanks to the guests. And it is so important to share experiences and to receive all your input. I've been participating to other SDGs meeting, and I really think that these kind of occasional meetings are not only interesting and useful as statisticians, but also useful for our lives and for our world. So I'm very glad to listen the storytelling from the countries, the custodian agency, the NSO, the NGO. And so let's now start the session to leave no one behind. This is one of the messages that, of course, each of us has real clear in mind and for which we were working all these years. And now we start. We have five presentations and 6 talks. Therefore, please help me to keep the time because it could be very important to have time for questions and discussions. And many thanks in advance for this. And the first speaker, the first 2 speakers that we will have today are Aurelia Spataru from Statistics Moldova and Natalia Bal from Greece. And they are going to speak about statistical inclusion of refugees. So please, the floor is yours. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. Together, Aurelia, who I think you all know, and myself, we're going to be presenting on the topic today of forced displacement and statelessness in the SDGs, highlighting the experience that Moldova has had, including refugees in their recent national population and housing census. Secondly, I'm going to then be moving on to share with you a bit the global trends and progress around statistical inclusion of the 3 population groups mentioned, and highlighting the connection that this has to enhanced visibility or leaving no one behind in the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm also going to end the presentation within our allotted time, we hope, to share with you a new paper that we've published as part of the expert group on refugee IDP and statelessness statistics, aimed at supporting countries to take this agenda further forward. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Aurelia to take us through her experience.
Thank you. So I will try to be quick. So because in the UN recommendations and the principles for the population and housing census, we have the statement that the census is to cover the whole population being on the territory of the country where the census is taking place. So, in fact, leaving no one behind, also during the census. We have used the concept of usual residence, place of birth, country of citizenship, and other variables in order to catch the different subgroups of the population using the UN recommendations, the European Conference Statisticians recommendation, and the European Regulation number 763. On census populations, but as well as 3 international recommendations on internally displaced persons statistics, refugee statistics, and stateless statistics. So having these recommendations in place, we considered necessary to take them into consideration in order to improve the availability and the quality of statistics of these specific groups at the country level, but also at the subnational level. And these kind of data were And this kind of data are crucial to inform our policy making and support the longer term development strategies at the country level, and the way how these sub-represented groups of population could be included in these development objectives. And through collecting this data, we hope to enrich the refugee, so the national statistics by having this data by refugee status, which we can use to answer a variety of socioeconomic questions about people seeking protection. And in this case, such kind of data are useful, in fact, for further integration of these people into the Moldavian society. And of course, we have responded to the needs of our development partners and the main data users, so including the Ministry of Internal Affairs, who is responsible for the migration process in the country, General Inspectorate for Migration, but also our 3 UN agencies who have supported during the census to collect this data. Respectively, in our questionnaires, we have included the core migration variables recommended by international recommendations on refugees and internally displaced persons, like country of birth, country of citizenship, country of birth of parents, year of arrival, country, country of previous or last residence, but also we had the specific questions on reasons for migration, including forced displacement for foreign-born migrants to determine the displaced population, with the corresponding categories for forced displacement, as well as another variable was on legal residential international protection status, and we had a few options for refugees, asylum seekers, temporary protection status, and other categories. So collecting this data, in fact, we hope that the census will allow us to establish accurate data on the stock number of the forcibly displaced population, refugees and stateless people, with the potential disaggregation by all the variables, social, demographic, ethnic, cultural, which we were collecting during the census. Also will give the possibility to identify the movements, current situation, and usual residence population status when used in combination with the questions on current usual residence. And also this kind of data will be very useful to for comparison with the other population groups, such as general migrant groups or the general local population, in order to determine the conditions of living of these people and the interventions and support they would need. So the geographical disaggregation of the data being collected during the census is also useful in order to support our local development authorities on focusing the activities in providing support to these subcategories of population. And of course, we will have the opportunity to cross-check our data from the census with the data from administrative data sources, because we have them a lot in the country, but nevertheless, we have observed the inconsistency in the same type of indicators between these data sources. So through the data collection in the 2024 census, we have dedicated almost 1/3 of the questions from the questionnaire, from the personal questionnaire, to migration, because of the extensive migratory phenomena in Moldova. We also have enumerated people living in the refugee camps, reception centers, temporary structures, and collective accommodation during the census. And we had those specific questions about which I have already mentioned for reason of migration, or questions which will give the possibility to directly identify the forcibly displaced persons. And of course, we will make use of administrative data sources, but nevertheless come with our recommendations to those to the providers of those administrative data sources how they should improve this kind of data so that we ensure consistency between the official statistics and the administrative statistics. And hopefully we will disseminate the data for the indicator 10.7.4 for the SDGs proportion of population who are refugees by the country of origin. And we have planned to disseminate our results in 3 phases. The preliminary results in 6 months, the final results summary in 12 months, and the final full results in December 2025.
Okay. So I hope that's okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Aurelia, for presenting the experience from Moldova on the recent census, using the recommendations I'm going to speak about, but also interesting to highlight the challenges and successes that you've faced in that process. Although I'm not new to the IAEG, I think it's useful. There's always changes of faces, new people. Obviously, some don't change so much, but I thought it was useful just to quickly share a reminder of who I'm representing here for those of you less familiar. So I'm representing the expert group on refugee, IDP and statelessness statistics. It's an expert group mandated by the UN Statistical Commission back in 2016. And we're currently in the kind of tail end of our 3rd consecutive mandate. The focus of the expert group, or the what we're working on, was primarily initially looking at a kind of normative agenda, so developing standards on how statistics on refugees, secondly IDPs, and thirdly stateless persons in consensual order, not in order of importance, of course, should be produced. But it's a large group. With over 60 countries now taking part in the membership. Many of you are represented here in the room, but many others also, with 37 different international and regional organizations. So it's a big group, and I'm going to inadequately present its successes quickly in the next slide, and then focus in on a new publication that we're here to share with you that focuses on 14 SDG indicators. In addition to the internationally recognized guidelines that have been developed, the group also works collaboratively. So, for example, with Aurelia's colleagues in Statistics Moldova and many national statistical offices around the world to develop guidance and tools, make more accessible the recommendations to statistical professionals around the world. Particularly those working, of course, in affected countries. We invest efforts with the collaboration of Eurostat, for example, making sure those recommendations are available in multiple languages. We work with regional organizations to also enable experience sharing between countries, as Moldova has presented today, because there's growing momentum in their implementation. This slide, I've told I'm already running out of time, so let me skip briefly, but it's just to say that we are making efforts within EGRIS through our membership and also more broadly to monitor the use of these recommendations. We're already seeing some positive trends, increasing numbers of countries making use of 1 or 2, or in some cases 3 sets of these recommendations in their censuses, in their surveys to improve their administrative data systems. This is a data that we monitor quantitatively, but we also develop qualitative case studies trying to document the experiences of different countries in this process. All of this is available on our website, and happy to answer questions if you'd like to know more. But today I want to focus on the relationship between statistical inclusion of these population groups and their visibility in the SDGs, an issue that I usually have to explain very slowly, but here I can assume that there's good knowledge of why there is a connection between these two things. Trust me, not all audiences understand that so immediately. The publication I'm here to share with you today has focused in on a select number of SDGs. The 12 that were originally prioritized, facilitated by the working group on data disaggregation of the IEGs several years ago. The 12 indicators that were prioritized to look at forcibly displaced populations within the SDGs, and then a few additional ones subsequently identified with a focus on statelessness. The paper, also published last week and available online, takes a look at these 14 of these indicators, not all 16, because 2 were not relevant for the disaggregation conversation, given the nature and scope of the indicators themselves, looking at legal analysis and legal frameworks in the countries. But the 14 of the priority SDG indicators were the focus of this paper. Collaboratively with our members in the technical subgroup that we have established, and with much great input from the custodian agencies working on the specific indicators included, thank you very much. The paper analyzes the data collection practices and computation methods really specific to these 14 indicators to understand, A, are there any major modifications required if we also want to include, for example, refugees in reporting on this indicator? Are there any specific considerations given how refugees or stateless persons or IDPs may reside in a particular region or country that need to be taken in consideration to improve data quality and the results? Happy to share and would really encourage you to have a look at the paper, particularly those of you working on improving statistics on these groups. The key findings of this paper is really, in a sense, not revolutionary, but super important. There are no major changes required. How these indicators are computed for your national population, for your general population, are less the same for these specific population groups. So no major modifications were identified, and the paper goes through a kind of detailed analysis, indicator by indicator, to come up with this finding. However, the paper does identify a number of specific considerations around training, considerations around cognitive testing of certain questions and languages, considerations for adjustments when refugees, for example, are residing in camps and camp-like situations in countries. So there are certain considerations that have been identified, again, indicator by indicator for guidance to countries, but no major changes are required. It should be straightforward to include these populations. The paper also highlights a number of case studies, the 3 on the screen there that have been identified to show that countries are already able to produce this data. And since we've published it last week, I've already been contacted by 2 more countries who would like their case studies to also be presented. So I'd like to also be included in the paper or subsequent publications. I'd like to end, therefore, on hopefully a positive note that whilst I've come to this meeting several times, often advocating and unable to show examples of how this has been done, I'm very happy to say today that we have a very clear example from Moldova presented. We have a number of case studies from other countries presented where it's increasingly possible for countries to do this, to leave no one behind, ensure the visibility of these populations in their SDG reporting. And there's a lot more to come. So this slide, without going into the details, is to demonstrate that there's over 100 pledges, commitments for future plans to pursue statistical inclusion of these population groups in different systems in different countries. So thank you very much. Sorry if I went a minute over. I hope it was worth it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And please keep the question in your mind because we'll listen, 3 of us, and then we the pleasure to invite Mike Bolton from UK to speak, to share with us about a collaboration as a tool to improve inclusive data. Thanks a lot, Mike.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to talk about collaboration as a way to improve inclusive data. I'm going to talk about collaboration in the kind of loosest sense of the word. I'm talking about collaboration, partnerships, even just talking to each other at meetings like this to improve inclusive data across the systems that we work in. I'm going to start by trying to set the scene about why this is important and maybe how this has changed slightly since 2015. and then also go into a few examples of how ONS, as the UK's National Statistical Office, is working towards collaborating more to improve some of these systems that I'm talking about. So we hear a lot over the course of the meetings about leaving no one behind and data disaggregation, but there's a large recognition in the inclusive data world that disaggregation of data alone is not enough to leave no one behind. If we do that on its own, standalone, we're not going to leave no one behind by 2030 and the end of the agenda. And so there's this growing shift in the inclusive data space towards intersectionality. And hopefully I don't have to explain too much about intersectionality to a room full of data people. But there are kind of 5 key things for taking an intersectional approach to data. So you need to make a commitment towards centering the voices of those marginalized individuals into all aspects of data systems, promoting equity across a data value chain, right from the start to the end, ensuring that data systems are safe and inclusive throughout, engaging with the data to increase awareness and reduce inequalities once you have it, and then to build inclusive institutions. Now, where the collaboration and the partnership comes in is that if we think that statistics offices or data producers more generally can do this on their own, then we're very much mistaken. We heard yesterday a lot about how professional independence is very important, but not isolation. And I was really happy to hear those comments, and I completely agree. I think obviously professional independence and integrity is super important for a national statistical office, but it cannot be in isolation. We need to be talking to other data producers, data users, actually anybody who engages with data throughout this data value chain, which I've highlighted on the right. And I think often as data producers, we're very good at focusing on certain areas of this data value chain. So particularly the kind of collection stage, I think we're usually quite good in terms of consulting on how we collect data. I think we're making good improvements around how we collect data on marginalized groups. We like to think of ourselves as very good at the analytical side of things. I don't, when I first speak to people about intersectionality, they immediately jump to things like multivariate analysis, and that's really just a small part of this whole chain. And then I think we maybe think about it up until the point of dissemination, and then we kind of hope that the data is used, reused, and we hope that it has an impact and makes a tangible change, but we're not always very good at kind of getting to those points. And basically, as data producers, we need to be engaging with different organizations, other data producers, data users, marginalized groups themselves, throughout this data value chain to get their inputs. And if we're not doing that, then we're not taking a truly inclusive approach to data. So now I'm going to try and go through some different types of ways that ONS tries to collaborate and partner with other types of organizations to help improve those systems and kind of embed inclusivity in those systems. So the first section of types of collaboration that I want to talk about is kind of cross-government partnerships. And some of those in the UK focus specifically on inclusion. So we have the National Statisticians Inclusive Data Advisory Committee, under which sits the Cross-Government Statistical Service Inclusive Data Subcommittee. Sorry, they're big mouthfuls and normally they're horrible acronyms, but I thought I'd best say them out loud for you all. And these kind of sit one underneath the other one. So the advisory committee is quite a high-level committee. It brings in kind of senior executives from across the statistical system. The cross-government statistical service is more of a working-level group, and that brings together statisticians from across different departments in the UK who all sit under the UK's government statistical service to talk about what they're working on inclusive data, what their priorities are, and look for opportunities where we can align and work together on those things. We also have broader projects that are not specifically focusing on inclusive data, but definitely have that inclusive data lens. So in the UK, we have this integrated data service, which is looking to bring together all data sources, all official data sources in the UK for now, into one place, so we can look to do things like data linkage, all of these kinds of tools that can help improve the inclusivity of data sets. So outside of we're missing a slide here, but it's I'll come to it anyway, so it's fine. The other thing I wanted to talk about is working with non-state actors in this space. So we have a few ways that we do this, engaging with academics, civil society, and different organizations that sit outside of government. So a few years ago, the National Statistician commissioned an inclusive data task force, which consisted of senior academics who work in the inclusive data space, and they came up with a list of recommendations that could help the UK data statistical system to create a step change in improving inclusive data. We also recently had a review of the entire UK statistical system, and one of the recommendations was that the statistical system as a whole needs to be much better when engaging with all of its data users and actors in that space. And so in January, we're going to have a statistical assembly, which will almost be like a large town hall event, which brings lots of actors to the table. They'll be able to speak to and discuss their needs for data across the UK statistical system. And the final section, hopefully I don't need to cover this too much with you guys as we're sat in an international meeting ourselves, is around international collaboration. And actually, apologies, because the glaring omission on here is that I haven't mentioned expert groups, technical working groups, and meetings like this, but you know the importance of these meetings up there. So the ONS has some partnerships with national statistical offices overseas, some of which are very intense, as probably the wrong word to describe them, but intense resource-wise, some of which are more light touch arrangements. And we also have partnerships with UN regional bodies like UNECA and UNESCO in the Middle East to kind of work towards what regional needs are on data and how we can work with those to improve data systems by providing technical assistance where the ONS has expertise. Working with other development partners who maybe sit outside of those either UN systems or state systems. And then we also work on international initiatives like the Inclusive Data Charter, which I'm going to speak about next. So it's something that I get to work on, and the UK sees the Inclusive Data Charter as a very important initiative. So it's backed by both the Office for National Statistics and the UK's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. And it's an open initiative that includes state actors and non-state actors. It brings together national statistical offices with line ministries, with civil society, and also with UN multilateral agencies. And the point of the initiative itself is to create more political will for inclusive data and to bring these actors to the table, share experiences, speak to each other, share learning, share challenges, and really just create an open dialogue around inclusive data and how we can improve those systems. So we do that through bringing those organizations together. Each organization that comes on board creates their own inclusive data action plan, which is essentially a set of priorities around how they want to improve their own data systems. But we try and take a really consultative and robust approach to creating those action plans. So they're not created in isolation. We bring together a group of stakeholders who are, say, working in a certain area or on a certain thematic area, bring those together so that an action plan can be useful for multiple organizations, not just for the one organization that's creating it. And then we work together with those partners to bring them all together, whether that's through peer exchanges, whether that's through delivering direct technical assistance, or even bring them together at meetings like this, or the World Data Forum in a few weeks' time, to share these conversations and really break down the walls and the silos between different types of organizations involved. So if you want to speak to me more about the Inclusive Data Charter, please do reach out to me. It's great to see some of the organizations involved in the room. We have Elizabeth on the panel. We have Ghana Statistical Service and Save the Children. Apologies if I've missed anybody else in the room who I haven't seen or said hello to, but please do come over and speak to me. And it's an open initiative, so if you'd like to be involved or hear a little bit more about it, please do speak to myself or one of the organizations that I've mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now I will have the pleasure to invite Lauren Herbie from United Nations HCR to speak about efforts to identify and publish robust thematic statistics on forced displacement and statelessness. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'm very new to this group. I'm with UNHCR, Statistics and Data Analysis Officer in our Global Data Service. And Yonki and Heather did a great job of placing me after our two previous colleagues, because I'm here to talk about how we are publishing data that it has disaggregations by forced displacement status, and also our integrated data service, if we call it like that. So it's very good timing. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with the UNHCR's Refugee Data Finder. Maybe raise your hand. It's not yoga, but it's just kind of wake up a little bit. Yeah, okay, so not a lot. Well, if you didn't know, we have data on population and demographic statistics on refugees since 1951 in the public domain available. It's updated twice a year. It's not the best URL in the world, but unhr.org/refugee statistics. Pretty easy to remember. And a few years ago, we were requested to have more than just population and demographic statistics. People wanted to know the experience of the refugees in terms of health and nutrition and certain protection outcomes. And so this project was born to integrate these types of statistics into the population demographic statistics to give us a better picture. And it's really nice because it's in the wake of a few different initiatives going on. You have EGRIS mandate, who's been pushing to have more inclusion of these populations, as Natalia just explained. We have a number of standardized surveys in UNHCR, which are statistically representative, where we're producing this data. So now we need a place to be able to showcase this data, to bring it to end users so that they can use it to actually make analysis out of it to inform policy and decisions in our everyday life. So we're expanding this. And so far, I can't say exactly where we are quantitatively in the project, but we're in the phase where we've started compiling data already. And I kind of joke, this is the data that we had as of Wednesday of last week, because every day there's more and more coming in. And I think there's a number of people in this room that are custodians of indicators, and you know what it's like in the early stages. It gets really exciting when you add just 50 more rows to your Excel table or your SQL database, but it can actually grow very quickly. But I just wanted to share with you here that we've processed a handful of surveys, not a lot, and already we have a number of SDGs within these surveys, not to mention the other indicators that are coming out. So here you have some for Burkina Faso, Georgia, Liberia, Rwanda, South Sudan, and Uganda. And we have four different population groups of interest that are covered. Sorry for the codes, but it's refugees and asylum seekers, IDPs, and host communities. And then by year. So you can see that right now it's a little bit of popcorn, but we're starting to get, we're hoping to kind of fill these blocks as we go. And also, one thing that has been really interesting in the experience is that this is a mix of UNHCR data sources, more humanitarian type of data sources that aren't necessarily doing this to report on SDGs, and then a mix of other ones like DHS, mix, and censuses that we're looking into that are more geared towards reporting to the SDGs. And what's interesting is that we found is that even some of the humanitarian surveys have these data in there, and they may not have even knew it, sorry. And also in some cases, I don't think they realize how statistically robust their work is. So part of our work is to, in these early stages, is to identify that and say, okay, even if the primary purpose wasn't to measure, for example, access to electricity, you have that in your survey, so we can report it. And so that's been quite exciting. On the same side, another challenge has been when we find indicators that are in these surveys that are very similar to the SDG or to other internationally defined thematic surveys, but they're not exactly the same. And to try and rectify how we explain to end users, okay, is this a deviation, but it could still be compared, or is this a completely different, distinct indicator? And that's a work that we're doing. So as we process this data, we have a SQAF, Statistical Quality Assurance Framework, that we are using to assess the data before we decide if we're going to publish it as official statistics on this domain. I think the most, I'm happy to talk about this kind of bilaterally with anybody who wants to know, but one of the exciting things so far is that we're finding that we are able to use the SQAF in this case. I think one of the most biggest challenges is in regards to the second principle in our SQAF, which is accuracy and reliability. Sometimes we don't always have the metadata or the attributes attached to a number to be able to assess this, even if it probably falls into our criteria. So that's something we're working on in terms of reporting and metadata to make sure that we can get that and that we can show tell the end users how accurate or how reliable this number is that they're getting. And we are doing user research in the meantime, and users do want that information, which we found, actually, I was quite surprised. The other thing that's a big challenge, and for anyone in here who is familiar with SDMX or other data modeling techniques, is that this is the database that we are building to house this is multidimensional. Anytime you start talking about data disaggregation, you just start adding more dimensions, and you have to make sure that every single record is statistically robust with all of those different disaggregations when you're putting it in a database. It's different than when you're kind of exploring it in a report. And so what we're doing, and then at the same time, we want this data to be integrated with our other data sets. So our population statistics, and then we have some financial ODA indicators on refugee situations, for example. And we want the end user to be able to seamlessly find these, not just to have it in silo. So what we've done is we have our we've mapped out the dimensions in our database, and we have a set that we call core dimensions, and those have to be present across any of the domains in the database. Sorry if I'm getting into very technical talk, but some of you are nodding like you might be following me, so that's a good sign. And so the three big ones are obviously location, time, and population group, and then the other ones we're calling extended, so they're more optional. Okay. Happy to talk about this in more detail for those who are interested. And then finally, as I mentioned earlier, I'll just end with a little wireframe of the data dictionary that we're working on. And we're making sure that each indicator or data series in this database has an extensive set of metadata attached to it so that end users can easily interpret it. And so this is just an example. And like I said before, for me, the main important is that we have linkages to which frameworks these are in, these data series or indicators are in, because some of them are present across multiple frameworks. How related it is to other data series or other data indicators. Are they perfectly aligned, or are they slightly different, but you could use it as a proxy, or you might also be interested in it. And then also how it was compiled, and then lastly, where we have data on our vulnerable population groups. And that's it. 7:59.
Thanks a lot. Three very interesting presentations. So please, if you have any question, this is time to ask. If you are interested in some aspects or in some things. Please.
No.
Could you? No, the three. Sorry.
Sorry?
If it is possible, we'd like to do the first three.
In 3 minutes?
No, the first three presentations, and then some questions, and then we'll continue. So if it is possible, if you don't mind. Thank you. Thank you. Could you please present yourself?
So two quick questions. I noticed that one of the key data sources is the Demographic and Health Survey and the mixed surveys, and just noting that as I understand it, those are surveys that focus on women of reproductive age. And so that means that they don't provide data or insights into older women, and interested in what the implications are of that in terms of data coverage. And also the question around decision making about the core versus extended criteria, and noting that sex and age were identified as extended, and given the work around sex and age matters for understanding insights into the circumstances of people on the move. Just wondering about the challenge of those decisions and where you drew the line. Thanks.
Any other question? Oh, thank you.
Claire Thomas, Minority Rights Group. Also a question for Lauren. So on the disaggregation, where you showed the characteristics, has any consideration been given to adding language, religion, or ethnicity? And if not, could you think about that?
Thanks a lot. If there are not any at the moment, okay, please.
Thank you, everyone. I have a question for Mike. You mentioned about the data inclusiveness initiative that you're doing across the statistical system in the UK. So I just want you to elaborate more. I might have missed it from your presentation. Is the UK's National Statistical Office is a centralized system, so you have to take care of everything, or do you have some sort of decentralized one? You have engagement strategies with other Department of Education, for example, or Department of Labor to prioritize work to include more, as you said, to center the voices of those marginalized individuals. And in link to this, also in connection to yesterday about building trust with people. So do you include activities with the private sector to include data coming from citizen-produced data, or relying on technology as well as part of data inclusiveness across the government, of course? Thank you.
Thank you. I ask to answer, please. If there are not. Oh, there is another one. Sorry for that. Where is? Sorry. Oh, Sven.
Thank you. Just a quick question to Moldova. You said you included the questions into the census. So census normally is something that you conduct every probably 10 years, and that should deliver you good structural information on the society, on the population. But especially if you're looking at refugee data, they might change very quickly. I mean, it's not a very stable group, or quite often not a very stable group in your society, as there might be a wave of new refugees from a different origin might appear in your country. So do you have any plans to update that information more frequent than the rest of the census to keep it up to date? Thanks.
So, thank you. So I ask Lauren, please, to answer, and thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think the first question, I didn't fully hear you, but I think you were talking about older populations and if they could be. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's something that at our level we can't fully address. That would be more in the thematic areas of those designing the surveys. The database will be able to disaggregate by age groups. So if that data becomes available for specific indicators that for those groups, we will be able to have we will have that in the database. It is housed. And one of our, when I say core and extended dimensions in certain, data sets, certain extended dimensions will be mandatory. For example, when you're looking at certain nutrition indicators, you must disaggregate by age groups because it's only relevant to certain age groups. In terms of sex and age, I think it's a very important point because you need be able to report at this level, similar with the SDGs, you need to have statistical power to be able to disaggregate by these groups. And so the database, as I'm talking about it, we can house these disaggregations. However, we might miss data if we force that disaggregation if they don't have the statistical power. For example, the sample wasn't necessarily designed for disaggregation, but you can do it because you had that, enough fell into it. And so you can do that. So yes, we will be able to do it when the data is available for that. That makes sense. And in terms of language, religion, and ethnicity, I think that's a very good question. We do have a country of origin and nationality as some of our extended dimensions but the other three, we have kind of this categorization of other disaggregation, other relevant disaggregation, and that's more of a kind of a database optimization thing. But if that information is available and it is statistically robust, we have enough statistical power to report at that is something that we can include. If it also doesn't bring about any sensitivities in releasing the information, depending on what indicator you're looking at, obviously.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Please, Mike.
Oh, I think that's good. So I think the first part of the question was around kind of ONS's role in coordinating statistics across government. So in the UK, the National Statistician is head of the Office for National Statistics, but also leads the Government Statistical Service. So what that means is that nominally, so Syrian Diamond is nominally in charge of all the statisticians across government. So it doesn't mean kind of in like a line management form, but he nominally heads those up. And so what that means is there are links back in. So each department who has statisticians there will have a head statistician or a chief statistician who will have a line of contact back to Syrian, back to the national statistician. And so there are ways of us influencing the conversation. What that also means is that all statisticians within the government statistical service, so across government, have to follow things like our code of practice for statistics and those kinds of things. So there are ways in which we can influence how statistical production is carried out across the government statistical service. I think the second part of the question was around using non-official data. And so we have a few ways of doing that, and I would say we are still in the early stages of developing some of these processes. In terms of SDG reporting specifically, we tried to treat that as a kind of standalone, a standalone type of data. So data that we can use to fill data gaps in the indicators. We in the last few years have created kind of a metric or a rubric which allows us to quality assure some of those data sets if we think they're useful in filling those gaps. So it covers things like relatively simple things like is there a published methodology, is the data openly available, some key things like that, as well as some other kind of quality assessments. And if it meets those kind of pass marks, then we will take it into consideration to use it to fill those data gaps. And more broadly than that, I don't think I have a good answer for you, but I'm sure I can follow up with you. So I think the question was, do we outsource some of the data collection? And I think the answer to that is yes, in some very specific cases. So some surveys are carried out by third parties. I don't know the details on that though, but I would have to follow up and get back to you on that.
Thanks a lot. And now,
yes,
Aurelia, thanks.
Yes, Sven, you are totally right that the census is providing a one-time snapshot, but nevertheless, the inclusion of these disaggregations and variables in the census questionnaire has been requested by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, by the Inspectorate for Migration, because they wanted some more comparable data in comparison with what they have. For example, in the context of the refugee crisis with Ukraine, they have developed a register of temporary protection, and they started to record persons there, the Ukrainians, and there were very different figures provided by UN organizations, and number of these people being registered in this register. So respectively, they also needed from us, from the census, a kind of total inventory of the territory. And our plans, so the first output of the census would be to provide these as much as possible disaggregated data, even territorial. But nevertheless, later, as the next steps, I said we are preparing recommendations for them where we can see the problem in their data, management of their data, in the administrative data sources. We already planned some joint activities together with them in order to improve also their metadata definitions they are using, because I think the problem is in definitions we and them are using. We also have these international migration statistics included in the annual program of statistical works. So the Inspectorate for Migration is a stable provider of this kind of data by type of international migration being provided by the government. And we also complemented for the next years in the context also of the negotiation process with for EU integration. We need to comply to different data requests from Eurostat. So respectively, we have planned to work with the Inspectorate for Migration on complementing the data sets. For example, they are not collecting, they cannot provide the data on the age. They are collecting date of birth, but do not have automatical calculation of the ages. So respectively, even elementary things are needed to be improved. And in this respect, we have big plans. Hopefully, we will be able to implement.
Thanks a lot to everybody. Now, shall we begin with you or the colleagues? Okay, please go on. So please, I'll invite to speak Elizabeth to speak about connecting the dots, disability data findings at the national level that can reach the global level. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Take two here. I'm talking about available disability data that we have found but are not in the SDG database. And I won't be that long, don't worry. In the UN database, there are 3 indicators that can be disaggregated by disability. This is looking at 3 or more countries. And if you go to 1 or 2 countries, it jumps to 7. It's still not that great, but this is an improvement since 2018. But since we have a little bit more than 5 years left in the 2030 agenda, this is quite sobering. But we do have other examples where we have found official disability data from multiple countries, and it's just not reaching the UN. So I will share that now. I have a few examples, but I'll only focus on one, and it's the UN Disability and Development Report. And it also is produced by DESA, but a different part of DESA. The first report was mandated in 2018 to look at progress for persons with disabilities in the SDGs. And then another mandate for this year, for the 2024 report. We have an executive summary that came out already in June, and the final report should be done by the end of this year. The efforts were done collectively, though, with academia, civil society, and many UN entities. And if we compare the reports, there's much more available disability data. What the report also finds is that not surprisingly, there are many gaps between persons with and without disabilities still today, especially in areas on food, health, ICT, access to energy, but especially poverty and employment. And this, in many cases, is getting worse since the COVID pandemic. And then gaps for persons with disabilities and those without are also more extreme in looking at the intersectional lens, so women, Indigenous peoples, and so forth. And countries do involve persons with disabilities in decision-making processes a little bit more, but this could certainly be improved, and that does affect policy change. What the report has found is that 50% of targets do have indicators with enough data to assess progress. So this is quite different when we look at the indicators I showed earlier. So there's something missing here. And there are data on poverty, mortality, child mortality, health, pollution, early childhood development, child labor, impact of corruption, bribery, and more. So there are data. So what's happening here? We do have an increasing number of countries, some of you here, that use internationally comparable tools, such as the Washington Group questions. And this is something that is increasingly used in surveys and censuses that can be really leveraged. We do need to build capacity, strengthen capacity to use these tools, though. We do find this, and we need investment in that as well. Another area is that sometimes we'll find data, but the government aren't using that data, or we ask for the data, but they're not analyzing that data. The data aren't prioritized. Sometimes we have to request specifically to get disability data. So this needs to shift at the national level as well. And some recommendations, and I won't go through all of them, but really we need to integrate and harmonize data at the national level into systems better. We need to recognize citizen data, and we'll talk about that at our side event at lunch, so please come. Involve organizations of persons with disabilities in the processes of the data value chain. Have an accessible online data repository. We have many, but they're siloed. Be really wonderful to have one, very helpful for everybody. And then one way to increase the disability data in the UN SDG indicator database is to have annual meetings with statisticians, organizations of persons with disabilities, and UN entities to share that information. So why does the ILO have updated data on persons with disabilities and unemployment, but it's not in the UN SDG database? So this is something we could work on, and I will finish there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now the Gender Snapshot 2024, I will invite Etta Page to present. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Brought my timer. Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm really delighted to be here on behalf of UN Women and UNDESA to present this report. This is the Progress on Sustainable Development Goals, the Gender Snapshot 2024. So this report launched on the 16th of September, and it presents the latest evidence on gender equality across all the 17 SDGs, as well as trends and gaps on the road to 2030. So this report is developed in collaboration. It's a collaboration between UNDESA and UN Women, as well as with the international agencies who are providing information. So with the report, we really want to emphasize that gender equality is not only about the SDGs, it's about mainstreaming gender across all the SDGs, that gender equality is essential for achieving all of our goals. And we started this report series in 2019. So this is our 6th edition of the report, and these are all of our pretty covers. So the report, it's really not a stock taking. It's not only a stock taking of progress so far, but it's also an urgent call for action. We reiterate the point that if we fail to act now, the trajectory that we are at now, and which appears to be grim, really will continue into the future. So essentially the report looks at the SDGs from a gender perspective, working with all the custodian agencies collaboratively collectively for the report. So this is also a call to invite agencies, if you do have proposals for information that you'd like to provide in a future report, that is very welcome. So in the report, we provide a snapshot of the key findings over a 2-page spread. And this is in the beginning, really just calling out the latest evidence and data, main data points on each of the goals from a gender lens. And so we did have a couple reports. Unfortunately, I don't have any more, so I'm glad you got those if you were able to pick one up. But of course, the report is available online. For the purposes of time, I'll focus mainly on some of our key messages, our goal 5, and also our tracker. So acknowledging the negative impact of recurrent crises, the United Nations has identified 6 investment pathways for revitalizing SDG implementation, known as the 6 transitions. So while gender equality is not a distinct transition, all 6 really depend on realizing it alongside urgent complementary action on key areas of the Beijing Platform for Action, so such as ending violence against women, equal participation in decision-making, and women, peace, and security. So this year's edition of the Gender Snapshot focused on the interconnections among the 6 transitions and gender equality, focusing on food systems, energy access and affordability, digital connectivity, education, jobs and social protection, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. So you won't have time to read the whole slide, I'm sorry. but everything will be posted online. And of course, the report is also available for you to deep dive. So for goal 5, we know that the world is off track to achieve SDG 5 by 2030. Most importantly, we have found that discriminatory laws and other structural barriers really dim prospects for gender equality by 2030. Positively, though, between 2019 and 2023, 56 positive legal reforms were recorded. And so this took place across 4 areas that are measured by SDG 511. But just to note, not a single country among 120 with data has all relevant laws in place in all 4 of the areas. So still, 54% of countries do not have laws that base the legal definition of rape on the lack of freely given consent. Child marriage will continue until 2092 unless we take action. But countries with domestic violence legislation have lower rates of intimate partner violence than those without such legislation. So it's 9.5% compared to 16.1. Which way? So the SDG tracker, this is also included in the report at the end as an annex. So this really evaluates progress on the 9 targets and 18 indicators and sub-indicators of SDG 5. So it comprises 2 measures, a level assessment, which gauges current achievement of a given target or indicator, and a trend assessment. So this is very similar to what we used to include in the SDG report. And so it measures the pace of progress from a baseline year to the present, as well as the distance from the target if applicable. So 4 of the 18 indicators and sub-indicators cannot be fully assessed globally. So as of March 2024, none of the 193 country signatories of the 2030 agenda have comprehensive data on all 52 gender-specific indicators across the 17 goals. So the global average data availability for these indicators stands at 56%. Performance is better at 68% for indicators specifically under SDG 5, which focuses on gender equality. So one of the key messages from the report is that fully monitoring and advancing gender equality across the SDGs calls for bridging these still considerable data gaps. So I invite you to take a deep dive into the report, which is available at this lovely QR code here at your screen. And thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. If you have any questions for the last 2 presenters, please raise your hand. If
so much for helpful and interesting presentations. Alex here again with UNDP. I just wanted to come in on the topic of disability inclusion and disability disaggregated data, just to highlight, as Elizabeth has, that there are several important global indicators in SDG 16 where this disaggregation is highly recommended. Not just 16.3.3 on access to civil justice and 16.7.1, which is looking at diversity in participation in public institutions, but also important global indicators related to discrimination and several others. I just wanted to highlight, because of that, because of the real importance of surfacing the governance issues that persons with disability face, our recently launched global report on SDG 16 progress, which was put together with UNODC and OHCHR, but also with inputs from other agencies, really puts a spotlight on disability inclusion. So I just wanted to highlight the report to others, and it's an area where we will continue to invest in. We have a particular instrument, the SDG 16 survey, where we include the Washington Group short set, and there are a number of other investments and activities where we really want to advance that. So just to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay. Would you answer, please? If you or react. Oh, sorry. Sorry,
my question is also for Elizabeth on disability data. That step of organising a meeting to bring actors together and consolidate the data as a mechanism for joining the dots and getting the data from report and into database sounds eminently sensible and practical. What is your sense of the appetite and space in the agenda for that to happen?
Hello, does this work? Yeah. I'll answer the last question first. I think there is the appetite, absolutely, and we can really see this in the collaborative on citizen data, which is multi-stakeholder. There's a lot of interest. I think what we need is investment. That's the real key. But I do think that it's very possible. And I think from all different stakeholders, not just persons with disabilities. And then from UNDP, thank you so much. I've read a lot about the survey and using the Washington Group, and I think it's phenomenal. And if we can really link that to the SDG indicators, it'd be excellent. And always we're happy to help from our side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we are beginning our lightning talks. There will be some very short presentation, 3 minutes. So please, I will ask to the presenter to come here and to stay ready to speak, because unfortunately we have not so much time. And so the first should be, I will invite Christine Joy Bronze from Philippine Statistics Authority to share with us our experiences about community-based monitoring systems. And I will invite also Sarah Frank, Lydia Stazen, and Corinne Mitchell, and Oliver Fiala, and Claire Thomas. I mean, it's a bit of a movement, so please. So I will invite all of you to take your 3 minutes time, and we can have, so maybe we can have the possibility to have some question at the hand. Thank you. Please, thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
Sorry.
So the Philippines is an island nation of more than 7,000 islands. So if you want warm weather, you want to visit some of our islands, just let me know. I'll give you some recommendations on where to visit. In terms of administrative boundaries, we have 18 regions. If you want to go deeper and smaller in terms of this aggregation, we also have 82 provinces. Even smaller, we have cities and municipalities, more than 1,000. And our local and smallest local communities are our barangays. So that's more than 42,000 barangays. So the Philippine Statistics Authority recognizes the diversity and unique challenges faced by these barangays. So in terms of culture, we have more than 100 ethno-linguistic groups. Also, the PSA, the Philippine Statistics Authority, also recognized that local government action aided through local level data is essential to achieve the 17 sustainable goals by 2030. Since 2021, the Philippine Statistics Authority has implemented the Community-Based Monitoring System, or the CBMS. The CBMS is a system designed to collect and analyze statistical and geospatial data at the local level. The CBMS collects individual, household, and community information, which now aids local governments in their policy and program creation and implementation. So besides household information, we also geotag our households, and we also geotag government facilities such as health centers, hospitals, and schools. So for example, here we have the geotag information of our elderly, our senior citizens, so we'll be able to see where and who our senior citizens are. The CBMS can currently generate 21 SDGs across 21 SDG indicators across 10 SDGs. This is on top of other socioeconomic indicators that it can generate. So for example, we have health, education, and basic services, among others. These indicators can be disaggregated by sex, age, location, ethnicity, and disability. Because the CBMS also captures information on solo parents, persons with disabilities, indigenous peoples, and those multidimensionally poor, the vulnerable, and marginalized are now seen and their needs are now addressed. With the CBMS, we have seen local governments provide to their communities, such as sanitation facilities, fertility, education for teenagers, among others. So this year, the Philippine Statistics Authority is implementing the nationwide 2024 Census of Population and CBMS. So that means that by next year, all local government units will have their CBMS data, creating a ripe opportunity for data-driven governance that will ensure that no Filipino is left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sarah, please. It's a bit runny, but it could be amusing. Right?
Just quick.
Disaggregation by disabilities. Thanks a lot.
Yes, thank you. Well, okay. My name is Sarah Frankel. I'm from Statistics Sweden, and I am not new to this group. Disability and disaggregation by disability. I'm actually very proud of this project, so I wanted to tell you a little bit about it. So it's obviously not possible to find information on disability in registers that conform to the definition of disability found in official sources, national or international. But we have been thinking, and obviously the statistical objective is often to compare conditions of populations with disability and to others in the population. And using registers, we can actually identify a population that we can, hang on. Not yet. Sorry. Now I need to click. Okay, so in absence of perfect data, this variable is constructed using administrative information on people receiving measures and interventions due to disability. So it's people granted a minimum of one long or short intervention due to disability during a calendar year. It includes the whole population, 0 to 100 plus years in 1 year intervals. It's a dichotomous variable, so it's people granted information and the rest of the population. I have a few examples. So the top right thing, you find the number of people in different years. So you in this chart, you can see that there are obviously different interventions at different ages. The one below shows income distribution for women and men with and without interventions. You can also see the geographical distribution. This is age standardized, so which means you can suspect that practices in granting interventions are different in different municipalities. Some strengths and weaknesses. Of course, there are both strengths and weaknesses. You can it can be used as a background variable, it can be used as support information. You can age group and time series and low geographical level. But primarily, I think it gives a lot of information on group level, but very little information on individual level. And of course, weaknesses. It's sensitive to policy change, for example. So Heather says I need to wrap up now, so I'll finish there. Just one more thing. This will never, of course, replace survey-based information, but I think it's a very good thing, very good way to complement that information. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I will invite Lydia Staisen from the Institute of Global Homelessness to speak about collective inclusive homeless data. Thanks.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Lydia Staisen with the Institute of Global Homelessness. Going to share with you just a tiny little bit about the body of work on collecting homelessness data around the world, and also just to ask for your advice about how we can better leverage the UN statistical ecosystem to strengthen these statistics. So we're going to start with definitions, which do vary somewhat between countries, but generally can be mapped to one of the green categories. So we have without accommodation, which is literal street homelessness or rough sleeping, people sleeping in cardboard boxes with tarps over their heads, things like that. This is the most visible form of homelessness. Then we move on to crisis or temporary accommodation. So people living in homeless shelters. You can also see that we include refugee camps, IDP camps, domestic violence shelters, things like that underneath this category to get at that great inclusivity that Mike Bolton was talking about earlier. And then finally, people living in inadequate or insecure accommodation. This category is touched a little bit by SDG 11.1.1. And so our proposal focused only on the first two categories there. These are the most commonly accepted methodologies for collecting homelessness data. They all have their pros and cons, but they all yield statistically valid data when they're deployed correctly. And my organization does work with countries and major urban centers on implementing the best methodologies according to their kind of context and capacity. And then finally, my organization has mapped publicly available homeless data into an interactive map. This is on our website where you can kind of hover over each country. You can see what definition they use and how it maps onto IGH's framework. You can see the methodology that they use. You can link directly to the original source. It also includes sort of last year of data collection and includes any points on disaggregation that that country collects. And so that we've found that 78 countries are collecting and reporting on some kind of homelessness data. And this is up from 45 countries the first time we mapped in 2019. So we are really starting to see this body of work expand and grow. And we really look forward to working with you to get that number up to 190 and to get the quality of the data collection even higher. So looking forward to connecting with you around the edges of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I will invite Corinne Mitchell from Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative to speak about Leave No One Behind tracking progress on SDG 1 with disaggregated data. Thanks a lot.
I'll work on having a shorter title next time. Sorry. This is my first time at the IAEG, so I'm very happy to be here. I wanted to share a little bit of thinking about Goal 1 and Target 1.2 about reducing poverty for men, women, and children of all ages living in poverty in all its dimensions according to national definitions. So because it's according to national definitions, it's not strictly comparable, but some of my colleagues tried to look at progress on this indicator and found that of those that report for multiple years, only about half are actually on track to achieve the target. So based on their own metrics and their own reporting. Most, and also not all countries report, only 84 have actually submitted data on this indicator to the Global SDG Indicator Database. If you want another report to read, we released with UNDP the Global Multidimensional Poverty Index report, which was just launched last week. This year's version looks at poverty and conflict, and it does have a globally comparable measure, which could maybe be a complement to the SDG framework in terms of thinking about target 1.2. So it does get reported by some countries in their voluntary national reviews. It's used in the UN Decade for the eradication of poverty, for tracking progress, and has been in previous SDG reports, and covers 112 countries. And then in thinking about inclusivity, so the global MPI mainly uses DHS and MIX, where possible, where there are modules in those surveys. We have done research, colleagues of mine have done research looking at the multidimensional poverty for different ethnic groups, for disability status, as well as subnational regions. And next year, we're hoping to look more at inter-household analysis, so looking at some gender differences for multidimensional poverty. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now please, Oliver Hayalas from Save the Children to speak about measuring inclusive progress towards the SDGs. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I am Oliver Fiala. I'm working for Save the Children. I want to speak briefly about our work on inclusive progress. So we've seen a lot of SDG progress reports, how likely countries are to reach the targets for different indicators, but often we are missing kind of the leave no one behind lens within that. So we looked specifically at the pledge to leave no one behind, and specifically at that bit of like to reach the furthest behind first, and thought about statistical measures or analysis to bring that to life. And we call that inclusive progress. We're looking at inclusive progress both if there was progress overall, and then if that progress was inclusive. So if there have been convergence between different groups. So just to give you one idea, I picked out one country for birth registration, and you see 3 different groups. We focus on those where data is available for a lot of other countries. Ideally, we have many other more groups we are discussing in that analysis. And then we are looking at trends over time, and we're basically comparing the rates of progress we see for those groups which are further behind to compare to those groups which are further ahead. Not necessarily forcing one group, for different indicators. Sometimes girls are ahead, sometimes boys are ahead. So we're really basically following the data. Those who are further behind in the data should experience faster progress towards the target than those who are further ahead. And we're comparing that across the different groups. I show you here a positive example where you see in all 3 groups convergence, and you see that the indicator is going in the right direction. So we see overall progress, and we see convergence in the different groups. So we would call that inclusive progress. Now we've done that across many countries, or all the countries we had comparable data in global databases across like 5 key indicators relevant for children. And you see the picture is overall much less optimistic than the example I just showed you. So we have for most countries, for most of the indicators, you see only a few experience inclusive progress. Often we see basically progress faster for groups which are already further ahead, like faster for those who are already more advantaged. And you also see this big gray part of the graph, which means in a lot of countries, we don't have, at least in global data sets, we're really lacking like disaggregated data for a lot of different groups. It's not as a surprise. But I think just a call for all of us, and I would love to hear feedback on thoughts on the measure, but just an approach to try to bring some of this like leave no one behind language also into our, reaching the target kind of analysis across different SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. And I will invite Clay Thomas from Minority Rights Group International speaking about data on minority matters. Thanks a lot.
It's so nice to be here talking to you and to have heard almost the same message from so many of the panelists, which is you don't have to change the indicators. Disaggregation really matters, and we are missing people. There are people we are not counting, and we are not going to achieve the SDGs. We're not going to deliver on those goals if, as we just saw from Oliver or Corinne, that there are groups still being left out and they're not being counted as being left out. And one of the groups, and I know we're all competing a little bit here, but it's the same fundamental message, is ethnicity and religious and ethnic minorities. So this is a slide about eradicating polio in Somalia. If you want to eradicate polio, you have to hit 98% of the population. If you have language communities that are more than double as likely to have children missing vaccinations, you will not hit your target. You have to take language into account. This is about poverty, food insecurity, access to decent work. Here, minorities are more likely to be hungry, less likely to be in decent work. There's a lot more behind this, and you can go to the link. These two slides were community collected data. We are talking about Somalia, so the state data collection is still quite low capacity. But there's lots of data out there. So this is an analysis of DHS and mix by religion. And the point of this slide, there's obviously far too much on it, is that in some jurisdictions, religion was a positive factor for childhood vaccination. So religious minority status was a positive factor. Those children were more likely to be vaccinated, but in other places, they were significantly less likely to be vaccinated. So if you're doing stuff that's aiming to reach everyone, and there are factors that are important, and you're not taking them into account, you will not achieve your target. And I'm going to finish early to allow for more questions.
Many thanks to everybody. I think that in this case, really, I mean, the idea that I have always had is that statistical measures and indicators are really building common language for better lives for everybody. So really, this is a message that each of us, I think, has to bring back home because it makes sense for all our job in all these years. So I don't know if we have time for very quick questions, 2-3 questions, very quick if you want. Angela, please, from. And if there is anybody else.
Just have a quick comment actually on disaggregation, and just to reminding that we are missing one population group, so that is people in prison, and for which we have nothing on SDG. I mean, there will be also the question on what SDGs will be relevant for people in prison, but it's 11 million people around the world. And so not that I have a solution to offer, but maybe just in this conversation, not to forget there is that group for which we have zero data.
Thank you so much, Angela. It's a big. Is there any else? Mary, please.
Thank all our speakers on excellent examples of data disaggregation and showing the importance. And Corinne, I would just like to compliment you on summarizing it perfectly. We don't need to change the indicators. Data disaggregation is key. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is really an important message. We have to do a lot of very important work. And again, statistical measures for common language and disaggregation for not to leave no one behind. So please continue to work on this. Thank you so much. I don't know if there is anybody else. Otherwise, I will close the session. Thanks a lot to everybody. Thanks you very much. And see you, I suppose, see you in half an hour, no, at 11. Yeah, at 11 sharp. Thanks a lot. Thanks, everybody.
Good morning. Welcome back. So welcome to our session on the 2030 Agenda and Beyond. We have 4 very interesting presentation and 1 lightning talk for this morning. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Dennis Mapa. I'm the National Statistician of the Philippine Statistics Authority and your chair for this session. We have 5 very interesting presentations this morning. We have first benchmarking progress on SDG indicators by Daniel Muller of the World Bank. The second one is measuring GDP and beyond and its linkage to the SDG by Bohan Nastab and Yong Min. The third one is extending SDG to 2050. Is it a yes, no, or maybe? By Isan Masood. And the last presentation, we have strengthening household surveys for inclusivity to interoperability by Lisha Buder of the Statistical Institute of Jamaica. She will be joining in a while. And we have 1 lightning talk on human rights data partnership by Nicolas Facel of the OHCHR. Speakers will be given 8 minutes for their presentation. And then after the end of all presentation, we'll have some discussion if you have questions and intervention. So we'll start with the benchmarking progress on SDG indicator. Daniel, take the floor, please.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for the invitation to present some work that we're doing at the World Bank at the moment and how to evaluate and benchmark progress. We primarily focused on poverty, which we work a great deal on, but for this talk, I'll talk about SDG indicators in more general. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
No? Okay. Big brief.
Okay, thank you. So just to motivate the issue we think we're facing, I have here an example of 3 countries' electricity access over the past 20 years. And we'd like to pose the question, which country has made the most progress? And it may be easy for you to tell the answer. For us, it's not. And the reason why it's not is that the answer depends on which measure of progress that you use. It's working out. That's good. So if you just look at which country has increased the electricity access share the most over these 20 years, you would get that Nigeria is on top. Its slope is slightly steeper than the other 2 countries. If you instead look at which country has increased its share the most in percent terms, then DRC wins. It started from about 7% and has tripled its rate of electricity access over these 20 years. And if you look at the share that has declined, the country that has declined its share the most, then you get that Indonesia is on top. It had about 15% without electricity access 20 years ago, and now it's only 1%. So it's fallen by a factor of 15. All of these measures of progress we use at the bank, and you'll find them in various reports. And we think it's a little challenging that they give very different answers. One of the reasons why they give different answers, which might be intuitive for you, is that this indicator is bounded between 0 and 100. And in some of these measures, particularly the third one, will tend to favor countries that have very good initial levels, whereas some of the others will be favored towards countries at different stages of development. But this issue of being bounded between 0 and 100 is not just something pertaining to electricity access. So just show you here an example from each SDG goal of an indicator that's bounded between 0 and 100, where we think that conventional measures of progress might favor countries at certain stages of development. So what we're trying to do here is come up with a different way of measuring it that hopefully can complement some of these other measures. And to show how it works, Here focus on DRC again, and the thick black line is what I showed before. It's just its rate of electricity access over the past 20 years. And the gray thin lines are other countries that at some point also had 7% electricity access. It might have had that in different years than DRC, but we track how they then proceeded over 20 years. And you can sort of get a feeling of how other countries did when they were in the place of DRC in 2000. And with some statistical manipulation, which I'll spare you the details of, we can take all this information and make some more pretty curves out of it, some percentile paths that sort of mimic what some of you might know as growth curves from your children when they had a certain height and so on. So basically what these lines mean, if you take the pink one, that's 90, it will say that for countries that started at DRC's level in 2000, 1 out of 10 countries managed to get electricity rates above that pink line and 9 out of 10 below. And same with these other percentiles. So what we think this can do is it can afford a measure of progress that's benchmarking DRC's experiences with others. In particular, DRC's ending point is sort of around the 30th percentile, which would mean that DRC has outperformed about 3 out of 10 countries in its shoes. And if we do the same for the other countries, we suddenly have a different way of assessing the progress that countries have made over the past 20 years, whereby now with this measure, Indonesia clearly comes on top, and it has outperformed about 9 out of 10 countries that had the same starting point, whereas Nigeria is in the bottom, it has only outperformed about 2 out of 10 countries. If we look at how this matters around the world, let me start by showing the measure of progress we most often use at the Bank for Poverty, which is basically the decline in the poverty rate in percent, or in this case, it's the decline in the share without electricity access. The dark gray countries are those that basically had 100% already. And what you'll see is that we will find that essentially all of Africa has had very low rates of progress, simply because when you have a poor starting point, according to this measure, it takes more to make progress. In contrast, if we use these percentile scores, you get a picture where there are some good stories in Africa, some countries that have outperformed their peers. Still, the continent does worse on average, but it's a more nuanced picture, we think, when you take this benchmarking into account. Just the last slide is that we can try to take this framework and apply it to the future and see where would Nigeria be in 2030 or 2050, depending on which path it follows the following years. So if it follows the typical country, the green line, the median, you can see where it would end in 2030 and 2050. And we can do the same for the world as a whole and see where the world would be if countries take a typical path or a greater than typical path. These future scenarios are not predictions, and they're not targets in an SDG sense because they have no normative content whatsoever. But we hope they might be able to give some idea of what level of aspiration or ambition would be needed to meet the current SDG targets that are in place. There are lots of shortcomings of what we're proposing. 8 minutes was too short of a time to sort of to criticize our own proposal, but happy to talk about it later on. But let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for presenting another way of looking at progress on SDG indicators. The second presentation, measuring GDP and beyond, and its linkages to SDG. We have first Bohan Nastav, and the second will be presented by Yong Yi Min. Go ahead, Bohan.
Thank you very much. Good morning. So with Yonggi, we're going to try and present a little bit on this question or this initiative on the Beyond GDP and how this links to the SDGs. A disclaimer, I think I speak for both of us. We're here as messengers, so please bear this in mind. Our bosses couldn't be here who are heavily involved in this process, but they do send their greetings. Anyways, so the question is first, of course, why do we need to talk about beyond GDP and why now? Some of you may know that essentially throughout the history, every now and then the question of, okay, let's move away from the GDP, let's complement it, has been surfacing and then like slowly going back and up again. So today we are at the request of the UN Secretary General to essentially find a way how to change the metrics to be suited for today's world. What it means, we are observing a lot of crises. So we have climate, medical, so COVID, we have conflicts and so on. And essentially the point is that all of these things make us believe that GDP alone is not enough to measure the progress. So let me try and humor you with a joke, with a bad joke. I'm sorry. So this is my first meeting here, and you will soon learn that actually I'm good at making bad jokes. So this may be the last meeting, but still. So the most thrilling thing for a national accountant would be a devastating earthquake in a country, because this would mean a lot of things in the GDP actually to go up. But of course, this is exactly the point, right? So we see that the well-being is disconnected from the economy measured as such. So what we are looking for is to assess progress, not only from the economic perspective, but also taking into account environment and the society, looking at the questions of digitalization, vulnerabilities, and so on. So we need to put people and the planet in the center, and we need to be guided, as it says here, by the balanced metrics. So the Beyond GDP identifies 6 elements to be measured or included. Obviously, the 3 on the processes are about the governance, innovative and ethical economies and vulnerabilities. And then there are the 3 on the outcome side. So we have the people, we have the environment, and then we have the question about the inequalities. Very briefly on the mandate and essentially where this is grounded, so this quest for the Beyond GDP. First of all, and I think it's very important for today's discussion, is that this is identified in the SDG target 17.19, so the last target, so to say, which is actually asking for the measurement of sustainable development complementing the GDP, the gross domestic product. Then we have our common agenda, urgently asking us to find a measurement to actually complementing the GDP again. And UNCTAD, UNDESA, and UNDP have been working together with the UN Secretary General and a lot of other experts to essentially come up with a UN system-wide report on Beyond GDP. So highlighting how these things are essentially very important. Now, inevitably, the Beyond GDP is tightly linked to the SDGs. Before anybody gets any crazy ideas about asking questions about this slide, I'm going to actually move on. But essentially, the point is that, yes, all the 6 elements of the Beyond GDP fall somewhere within the SDGs, the 2030 agenda. But the most important thing is that the Beyond GDP is not only linked to the SDG indicators themselves, but to other elements in our data universe. So we have the system of national accounts, the balance of payments, and other frameworks. And then on the other hand, we also have, for example, vulnerability index or any other indicator initiatives that are really feeding into the Beyond GDP. So let me use this time to highlight 3 important elements, which I think may kind of give the gist of the Beyond GDP. So from the SDGs policy brief, the first one is that this new political commitment is fully grounded or anchored in the 2030 agenda. So I think this is the first and very important element. The second part is that there is to be a technical and scientific process to come up with it's called here, United Nations Value Dashboard. So a limited number of indicators that we'll be measuring this. A question mark, or maybe an exclamation mark, actually even better. They are not at this point yet. So there's no discussions about the specific indicators yet, but of course it will eventually happen. And mostly, yes, 3 minutes. And mostly it is important to actually build on the excessive expertise and knowledge and lessons learned from the 2030 agenda, which is essentially to to have a major capacity building and resourcing for the member states. I think this is what we have learned, we are learning, and obviously this is to take us onwards. Now, with this, let me give a word to Yonggi for some futuristic steps. Thanks.
And thanks. I just have maybe 1 or 2 minutes to talk about of this. What's the next steps? So we know that in the Pact of Future, there's explicit mention of this measurement. So this is Action 2053. It mentioned that the member states want to develop a framework on measure the progress on sustainable development to complement and go beyond the GDP. So this is already in the Pact of the Future. And I just want to highlight a couple of issues. They wanted the measure to reflect all the 3 dimensions, and including in the consideration of informing access to development finance and the technical cooperation. So I would like to emphasize this because in next year we will have the Financial for Development conference I think in June, and so this is really relevant. There's a lot of call for action and elements for this FFD4. So data is a very important element. I think a lot of our actors are working together, try to insert the importance of data in the next Finance for Development conference. And that's one thing I like to emphasize. The second thing, in the Pact of the Future, just want to also mention, they requested the Secretary General establish an independent high-level group to develop this beyond GDP measure, which specified a limited number of country-owned and universally applicable indicators. Also take into consideration the work of the statistical commissions and build on the SDG, the global indicator framework for the SDGs, and then present this work and the outcome of its work during the 80 sessions of the General Assembly, which is from I think September 2025 to September 2026, during that period. So this group need to finish the work during this year. Another thing, then after this work finished, initiate intergovernmental process to develop a recommendation for this limited set of indicators. Just 1 second. I want to read in the detail. Following the completion, the high-level group, and also including the work of the Statistical Commission, and involve the international financial institution, multilateral development banks, and regional commission, and in line with their respective mandates on measure progress on this beyond GDP, consider the recommendation from the high-level group. So this is a process. Where we are now, because this work actually needs some resource funding, and so we need waiting for the fifth committee to give the budget to start the work. The latest, the earliest starting point, probably the end of this year, at the beginning next year, we will start this work. The list of a high-level panel has been proposed to the SC's office. It currently is under their consideration. So I just stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bohan and Yongyi, for the presentation. I see there will be a clarification or questions later. For the next presentation, extending the SDGs to 2050, yes, no, or maybe. So let's hear from Hassan Ehsan Masood of Nature, the International Journal of Science.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Yongyi, for the kind invitation. This is only my second outing at your event. I feel like you're very much a family. I'm still the newest, or I hope I can feel I'm like the newest, maybe not quite the youngest member of your family. But it is a real privilege to to be invited. I'm a science journalist by trade, by training, and I work for Nature. We have an open call for papers on all things related to the SDGs, not only in my journal, but in our broader family of journals. So I just wanted to put that out there. I think I said this also last year. If you'd like to discuss any idea or proposal with me, while I'm here, please feel free to do so. So Yongi asked me to say a few words about this concept. It was something that we published not so long ago by a team of academics, mostly economists, but some environmental scientists. Mariana Mazzucato, the economist at UCL, Jeffrey Sachs, Johan Rockström, the environmental scientist, and others. And I guess it sort of comes from this sort of realization that clearly this so much work being done around on the sort of the data collection aspects that you're so involved with, but at the same time, how much of this is actually leading to or contributing to behavior change? And there, I think we all know, all of you know, at least definitely that things are not looking as good or as promising. Do that one there. So I sort of. I think, Yongi, you asked me to sort of say, talk about the idea of extending, and I thought we could maybe do a little poll. This was Burhan's idea, and I completely endorse it. So how many here for yes? Show of hands. 1, 2, 3. More information. Oh, God, you're statisticians, of course. Okay, how many for no? Quite fewer, okay. And what about maybes? Okay, so you're all sort of not quite evenly distributed, but as usual, there's a variation in opinion, isn't there? So this comes from this essay from this group of economists and environmental scientists, and I guess their main point that they're making is that I think they are trying to hedge. They're not saying let's sort of abandon what we're doing, but they're saying that let's sort of continue on the pathway, but at the same time we should also be a bit more ambitious. I mean, that's their sort of their central thrust. And so with some examples, with SDG 1, why not incorporate social protection? With 2, include undernutrition. There's clearly been a lot of talk around SDG 13 that when this was being finalized, this was just a little bit ahead of the Paris Climate Agreement, and so the alignment with the agreement, and just more broadly the alignment with international agreements, is something that is clearly a bit of a work in progress. So that's kind of, I suppose, where this particular group is coming from. So before this, we also published an essay some years back from a small younger group of scientists. And they're in this group that I feel like I increasingly come across, which are people who are sort of really, really despondent about the international system, about the ability of the international system, particularly the United Nations system, to effect change. They see everything going backwards. There's not a huge amount of optimism in this group. And at one level you see it in the school climate strikes and in the direct action that's now happening in so many countries, and of course it's also hitting the academic community as well. And so there, I think the basic idea here is that they look at one aspect that they look at is SDG 8, and the question of that sort of first line in the goal, which is is it conceivably possible to have sustained, inclusive, and sustainable growth? Are these not potentially contradictory terms? Is it clearly there's a reason why they're all in there, because these things often happen, they need to happen, but actually as a phenomenon, is it actually possible to have sustained growth and sustainable growth and inclusive growth? And of course, it's a question that the academic community, has been sort of diving into. I think there are, clearly lots of views depending on, which economics tradition you belong to. I think people within the sort of the broader consensus of mainstream economics would probably agree you can. I think people in ecological and environmental economics would probably say that you can't. And I think this particular group falls into that group, and that's one of the things that they often talk about. And so I think it's sort of clear that this debate needs to be settled because we haven't got time. And that's a point that we made in an editorial that accompanied that article, is that we don't necessarily want to take a position because there's clearly an argument underway, But this argument sort of goes back to the limits to growth, and even perhaps before then. It's a long-standing argument, but then, the world had a little bit more luxury in terms of timing. We don't really have that kind of time now, and I think we probably do need to settle it. I'm just going to end actually with something slightly a little bit left field, which is this graph, which we I can't remember when it came out. Again, every time I look at it, I kind of despair, because all the work that you're doing and that needs to happen in the work that Bohan and and Yongi described in terms of the future, someone's got to pay for it, and that is not a great trend right now. I mean, if you look at trends, and I wonder, where's the money going to come from, particularly in the for colleagues in lower resource settings, where most of the capacity is required. So I'm just going to leave you with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hassan, for that very interesting presentation. We will proceed to the next presentation on human rights data partnerships by Nicolas Pacel of the OHCHR.
Thank you very much. I think colleagues are putting the slides. I don't have many slides. I just have 2 slides. So I wanted to say that yesterday we talked a lot about trust in statistics. And I think that was an essential discussion. I think we will all agree on that. But maybe we didn't talk so much about the elephant in the room, which I think is human rights. Human rights, if you look at the fundamental principle of official statistics, the preamble, it talks about trust in statistics. And it says, the essential trust of the public in the integrity of official statistical systems and confidence in statistics depend to a large extent on respect for the fundamental values and principles that are the basis of any society seeking to understand itself and respect the rights of its members. And it continues and talked about the independence of National Statistical Office. So why I wanted to talk about human rights, it's in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. States have agreed that this agenda needed to be implemented in a manner consistent with international human rights law. And the development of the SDG indicator framework globally, nationally, it's part of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, and needs also to be made in a manner consistent with international human rights law. That's the nice words. How we do that in practice. So these are my slides. So what we are recommending and we try to support is the collaboration between a National Statistical Office and the national human rights institutions. And I'm glad that the chair is one of the countries where such an agreement has been signed between the national statistical authorities and the national human rights institutions. So a national human rights institution is one of the SDG indicators when we try to measure the independence of relevant institutions. So it's there. So, but beyond having an accredited national human rights institution, can we work with these institutions? So when we do that, we see that they are very complementary objectives. I think everyone is trying to improve the well-being in the situation. Both institutions are struggling for resources, and both institutions have to ensure their independence for also government interference for the reliability of the data. Both institutions are trying to realize this human rights to information. There is a right to statistical information. You see that when you read the international human rights treaties. Yeah, I think something to know. Providing data to implement the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, there's an obligation to collect data, disaggregated data. So this framework, the human rights framework and the principle for official statistics are very much mutually reinforcing each other. This collaboration, so you will see that we have about dozens of countries in the world where we have such an agreement, and this is bearing fruit because it means that some groups that were never visible in official statistics are becoming visible. an NSO might not be really on the top of who are the group left behind in the country. National institutions, that's their role, that's their mandate. How can they collect data, solid data on those groups? They need your support. So this work, what I'm talking about, we're not asking our organization to statisticians to become human rights activists. And we're not asking the human rights experts to become statisticians, but to discuss, to dialogue and see how we can move together to respond to this agenda. Some SDG indicators that our organization is custodian. I think the National Human Institution is the only entity in the country, if there is one, sufficiently independent, that can produce those statistics. So it means also they will help populate some of the indicators about the attacks against journalists, about conflict-related death in some contexts. We're also discussing that in country. They're not so easy indicators, but this is why we need to reach out to those groups, to those institutions that can also make the link with civil society groups. So all this work also relates to the citizen-generated data initiatives that we are discussing. So I have one minute left. I think this work, but we've seen also improve the data quality. There's been laws that in some countries that have been developed to protect groups that became visible for the first time in official statistics. And the groups are asking basically to become visible. So there's a lot to build upon and work. And so let me move to the last slide. Check. So these are the countries. So we have this kind of agreement on all continents. And as I say, it's very much country-driven, country-owned. Our organization is providing support. We dialogue. We are a group that have worked in National Statistical Office and human rights institution also. So sometimes we can be useful to help make this bridge, to have this dialogue. And as I say, some of those more difficult indicators are becoming a reality in some countries. There's still a lot of work ahead of us. We have a model MOU to support this collaboration, so to be contextualized within the mandate of the respective institution. So thank you very much for your attention. I think we've heard yesterday that the IAEG-SDGs is very fun, and I agree with that. And I think this collaboration also, even if there's some dramatic element, believe me, it's also very fun. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nicholas, for sharing initiative on human rights data partnership. We still have one more presentation. I'd like to invite Lisha Bouder of the Statistical Institute of Jamaica to present a paper, Strengthening Household Surveys from Inclusivity to Interoperability. Lisha?
Good afternoon, everyone. First, let me tender my apologies for being late. My flight was actually delayed. So all right. So I'm here presenting today on behalf of the Intersecretariat Working Group on Household Surveys, particularly the Steering Committee for the revision of the Handbook on Household Surveys. So as we all know, household surveys are very important. They're important for research, for policy, for development. They're important for the SDGs. They're a critical data source. However, they're challenged in the sense that we don't have data as available as we want. The coverage is sometimes limited, accuracy, timeliness, cost. There are many challenges that are associated with household surveys. Additionally, too, we have to be mindful of the fact that the response rates are declining significantly globally. Additionally, we also have household surveys existing in the context of all of these other emerging data sources. We have big data, we have machine learning, we have all of these other competing data sources and methods. So household surveys have to adapt, they have to change, and therefore, there is a paper that was approved by the UN Stats Commission in 2022 that was entitled Positioning Household Surveys for the Next Decade. And it is organized around 8 technical topics. They include enhancing interoperability and integration of household surveys, designing and implementing more inclusive respondent-centric surveys, improving sampling efficiency and coverage, scaling up the use of objective measurement technologies, building capacity for copy, phone, web, and mixed mode surveys, systematizing the collection, storage, and use of paradata and metadata, incorporating machine learning and artificial intelligence for data control and analysis, and improving data access, discoverability, and dissemination. So those are the 8 technical points on which this revision process is built. However, for today's presentation, I'm just going to be focusing on the first 2, which is interoperability and integration, and also inclusive respondent-centric surveys. So the revision of the Handbook on Household Surveys was mandated at the 2024 UN Stat Commission, and it is guided by the Intersecretariat Working Group on Household Surveys. This revision exists in the context of the 1984 Handbook on Household Surveys, and we know that's very, very dated. Additionally, too, there have been other handbooks that have come up over the years between 1982 to 2008 that deals with specific aspects of household surveys. But this now is intended to be a comprehensive review, a comprehensive handbook that speaks to all aspects of household surveys. Very importantly, we have to submit a draft of the handbook by March 2026. That's next 2 years. All right, so what's special about this approach that we're taking to revising the Handbook on Household Surveys? Well, for one, we have a very clear governance structure. So as I said before, it's being convened under the auspices of the UN Statistics Division and the Intersecretariat Working Group on Household Surveys. It also has a steering committee, which has 8 steering committee members, and we're all very diverse. As you can see, I'm from Jamaica, so we have a very diverse representation on the steering committee. We also have lead authors and supporting authors, 43 of us, and 35 reviewers. Additionally, there's a technical editor. It's also, as I said before, very inclusive. We have representation from 20 NSOs across different regions, from small states, from developing countries, from developed countries. It's a nice mix of positions, perspectives that is brought into this activity. Additionally, we have a partnership with academia and survey consulting firms, so there are 24 of them, and there are 22 international and regional organizations that is involved in the process. So it's a very inclusive process. Now, additionally too, there is wide-scale consultation that we have been doing on this revision to the handbook. And this is one of those consultation, because at the end, we're going to ask for your input, right? Because we want your feedback. So we've had so far multiple rounds of consultations with various groups, regional, thematic areas. We've had an inaugural meeting in January. And for us, the focus is on striking the balance between innovating, because we have to innovate, but also ensuring that we stay grounded. So the foundation for household surveys remains constant, but also how do we innovate? How do we position household surveys for the next decade? And very importantly, one of the things that we want to do as a steering committee is to ensure that this handbook is very practical. So we want to include a lot of case studies and practical guidance notes. As survey practitioners, one of the questions we always ask ourselves is, if we were just doing surveys for the first time, what information would we want? And that's the sort of approach that we're taking for this handbook. Additionally, too, we're being more inclusive in this process. So we're going beyond just persons living in households. We know that there are other groups, for example, persons living on the street, that we want to also incorporate in how do we survey these hard to reach populations. Additionally, we want to ensure that there is strong partnerships, that there are special considerations for things like gender, children, refugees, IDPs. And also making surveys interoperable by design. So at the start of the survey, ensuring that we think about how then can we integrate survey data with admin data, with other sources of data to ensure that it's interoperable, to ensure that there can be data integration, and understanding that surveys is just a part of the larger data ecosystem. So in terms of the structure of the revised handbook, these are the 10 chapters plus an introduction and an annex. And each chapter follows a particular outline. You start with an overview and a roadmap. Then we go to the how-to, because remember we said it's going to be a practical handbook. Then we also talk about innovation. So for example, when you're talking about questionnaire design, what are the innovations in questionnaire design? And then we also refer to material that already exists, because we're not trying to rewrite everything, because there is a wealth of information that already exists. So we're also connecting and integrating with those existing data sources. There's also some certain cross-cutting themes that are covered in each chapter: quality, modes, data integration and interoperability, inclusivity, and how do you manage respondent burden. So these are some of the topics that we'll be covering, but we want to hear from you, right? As we said, we want to consult, we want it to be inclusive. So we want to understand from you what are some of the challenges that you're experiencing in conducting household surveys, and what information is missing, right? Having done surveys before, having used survey data, what sort of guidance would you have loved? That's the sort of information that we'd want. We want to know from you, what questions would you like the handbook to respond to? And also, how do you want it to be disseminated? So we've talked about developing a chatbot. We've talked about ensuring that the new handbook, it can grow over time. So we're not so focused on a printed handbook, but ensuring that it's something that we can grow over time. So we want to hear from you in terms of how you want it disseminated, what do you want in it. Please give us your feedback. You can send an email. The email address is there. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Hey, you can stay here. Okay, we have 12 minutes left before we close the session. So perhaps we can have a quick 3 questions for our panelists. Yes.
I was going from the International Agri-Food Network. The Pact for the Future calls for a limited number of indicators. Does the panel have a view what a limited number is? Is it 3 figures, 2 figures?
No.
Answer that.
Not myself, but as the Secretary General report said, 10 to 20.
Okay, there you have the number for the future.
Big or small?
Hassan, like to.
I think one question, just to sort of, I'm going to abuse my privilege here, is it's called Beyond GDP, and there may be 10 or 20, but is GDP still going to be used, and will it still occupy the position that it has? I think that's a question that also needs to be asked.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, please.
So, I mean, the SDG framework is a well-being framework. Thank you. And so just a question, when I look at Action 53 and the establishment of the independent high-level expert group to develop recommendations for a limited number of country-owned and universally applicable indicators of sustainable development, go beyond GDP, and build on the global indicator framework for the SDGs. So my question is, there's already work being done within UNSD. There's creation of the group on Beyond GDP to look at that. How is that feeding into that high-level group, which is going to be comprised of former heads of states, potentially ambassadors, very political people? I'm not sure. Do you have a mechanism to feed into it, or are you going to be left with the equivalent of some of those 169 indicators that are very difficult to measure. Like it would be really useful to take the lessons learned from the SDGs that, okay, you want to measure it, but it's not measurable. Is there any way to feed into that high level group? How and in what manner can statisticians impact that group when it's going to be very political and very high level? And we know from attending the commission, whenever we bring in policymakers, the moment they're finished their speech, they leave. They never hear anything. So how are we going to not just do what we did before? Thank you.
I think the question is for you. Okay.
Yes, I was thinking about the presentation you gave on post-2030. And I think the situation now is very different from 2015 when the SDGs were decided. And while one of the principles of the SDGs or the 2030 agenda is that the agenda is interlinked, which you referred to when you were referring to economy and the effect on the SDGs, that may be negative or positive if we go for growth. Now we have climate change, we have goal 16, which is kind of crucial, peace, all these things. So how do you think that basically this separate goals can be reframed to take into account the interlinkages, the influence of goals between them on each other?
Can we answer first those two questions, and then before we move to the next round, if we have time?
Yeah, I'll hand over back to you later, Yonggi. So I was told when you're not sure what to respond, start by saying this is a good question. And these are actually great questions. And in all honesty, I don't have responses to those questions. But from what I have heard is, coming back to Kara first, is that I think the process of the SDGs was trying to build on the experience from the MDGs. And when the SDGs came, I think statisticians were taken aback. Oh, we're repeating the same thing all over again. And the question that you're asking, I think, is going now to the third round. Are we going to repeat the same thing again? Meaning that there's not going to be a dialogue between the policy and the statistics. My understanding of this Beyond GDP initiative is that obviously it is politically driven, with the clear notion that there needs to be a strong statistical element to it. I understand, again, I may not fully have the entire picture, but essentially the process right now is clearly delineating or excluding any statistical discussions on, for example, which indicators, which 10 to 15, 20 indicators will be brought in, specifically to avoid any appetite for, I want to have my indicator in it. The first, let's discuss and focus on the concepts. So once all of this is settled in, then we can move on to the technical part. And I think there would be a feedback loop back to this whole initiative on the policy side. And so I'm not sure I answered your question, but I'm trying. Sorry. On the question of the different situation right now, and like how do we think that the separate goals can be can be referred to be considered into this? I really don't know exactly how this will be done, but I do think that the group has been established to really consider various elements and various experts. I think there's more than 100 experts that have been involved so far already to essentially address all these issues and come up with let's say, a workable solution. That's all I can say for now.
Okay.
But
Thank you. You want to add?
Yeah. Similar to Bangyan's, I don't have the answer because I'm not in any position, but I just want to repeat the language in the Pact of the Future. They said this work, the high-level group work, the need to work in consultation with the member states and the relevant stakeholder, taking into account the work of the statistical commission. I guess the different group you mentioned, the high-level group beyond GDP. We also have another high-level group on well-being. This work from the IAEG-SDGs, where later today you will hear the group want to develop a task team on lesson learned. This is a part of the work of statistical commission. I assume that the high-level group will take into consider the work we have done and will be consultation with the relevant stakeholders.
Okay, thank you very much. Zan, you would like to add something to the discussion?
It's really just a tiny reflection on the question the lady asked at the just at the back in the cream jumper. I think one of the big, almost maybe the biggest challenges, for the SDGs is that the questions you've raised, these are machinery of government questions, aren't they? Where at your level and possibly also within now lots of individual government departments all over the world, you do see a lot of there are work plans and there are jobs that are assigned that are very SDG linked. I guess the next challenge then is that does this then become a priority? Within machinery of government, there's always competing priorities. To what extent, do SDGs become the priority that everyone's working towards? I guess that's the ambition for the designers and for many of you here. But is it the actuality? And can we get to that point?
Okay, thank you very much. We can entertain one last question, perhaps, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Nazik. I'm from the International Renewable Energy Agency. My question is related to the work that was presented related to household surveys. I'm just curious in terms of the revision of the household manual, were there some sort of mapping exercise that was done to map how general households are currently related to the SDGs indicators? Of course, as co-custodians of 712, there's still a lot of gaps in households in terms of distributed renewable energy. So I'm just curious if there's some sort of microdata that could be used and if there's recommendation for dissemination of those microdata to support all those different indicators across SDGs in general. Thank you.
Okay, so there is a chapter that speaks to dissemination, and dissemination of microdata is a consideration in terms of how do we ensure that the public use files are properly anonymized to ensure confidentiality is preserved, but also to retain their usefulness. Because one of the goals is for us to have the surveys interoperable by design, right? And by doing that, at the beginning and throughout the entire handbook, are instructions on how do you ensure that you design the survey considering the fact that at the end of the day, you will need to disseminate as much information as possible while simultaneously preserving the identity of the respondents. So that consideration is factored in, plus how we will also add.
So just introduce myself. My name is Haoyu Chen. I work at UN Statistics Division, also coordinating the work of the Intersecretariat Working Group on household surveys. Thanks to all the members here also. In terms of data dissemination, we do have a number of reports and products related to how to encourage further dissemination of microdata from household surveys. And many of our members are doing a great job in pushing that forward. But in the country level, we noticed that whenever there presence of international agencies, the microdata dissemination has been done great. But if it's a nationally owned surveys, and it has a tremendous challenge in terms of data anonymization, in terms of really providing a platform for data dissemination, microdata dissemination. So a lot of support is needed, resources to really support on anonymization and dissemination, which we don't have at this moment. So anybody donors here in the room, please, this is an area that we really need funds to support. So this is, in terms of mapping of surveys, in collecting different topics, our group is doing a collection of household surveys to be carried out in the next 2 years from member states and from household NSOs, and we are going to disseminate the information towards the end of this year. If you have not responded to that questionnaire, please respond to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lisa would like to add one more to that.
Yes. I just want to give a practical example from a NSO's perspective on the importance of capacity building for dissemination of microdata. For example, for us, I'm from Jamaica. We have a population of just under 3 million people. It's very difficult for us to disseminate microdata without being confident that we're not putting at risk the identity of our respondents. It wasn't until we started to get capacity building and training from the World Bank on statistical disclosure control that we started opening up the microdata. So funding, capacity building is very important because it's not that there isn't an appetite for sharing the data, but we have to ensure that we are comfortable sharing the data. And that is more than just removing a few identifiers. We have to ensure that we have the technical capacity within the country because as Howie said, when the surveys are funded internationally, what tends to happen is that experts from these international development partners, they're the ones who do the anonymization, and the NSOs are typically not involved. Now that we have the capacity in-house, our labor force survey, for example, that microdata is now available. So it's very important if you provide funding for microdata capacity building on disclosure control, it also will redound to more data becoming available.
Thank you very much. It's 2 minutes past 12. We need to close the session. Of course, conversation doesn't stop here. We can still continue our discussion over lunch. Thank you very much to the speakers for this panel. And if there are announcements from the Secretariat, go ahead.
I would like to thank you. So we have this special side event. Lunch is provided, and the lunch is outside. So we can, if you're interested, come back at 12:20. And so the special side event is on citizen data. So we have a great panel. So you're welcome to grab some lunch and come back to attend the side event. Thank you.
we move on and we realize more importantly what they are really to empower citizens and to be part of the data process from data initial stage of designing the data collection all the way to data dissemination and use. So it's really about empower citizens and really turn them into agency of change, impact, and see how their contribution to data, their work with data will help themselves for a better life. And then it's also extremely important at this age, we talk a lot about digital transformation, AIs, and how do we make sure the marginalized population groups that are already visible in the data are not further being left behind. And of course, we talk about inclusivity. That's the whole morning discussion. We're about data availability, timeliness, and quality and openness. So we have a strong slogan that we adopted and borrowed from other communities is nothing about us without us. It's really about the citizens taking their own agency to move forward. Where do I? Not moving. So before I get into the work we've done since Bangkok and to Oslo and then all the way to us today, and a quick introduction about what is the collaborative. So we organically came together. There have been a lot of work on citizen data, but all kind of in silo status. And then we decided to pull all of us together and make a real impact at the global level, national, and also in communities. So we are, of course, UNSC, international agencies, we're UN Women. Then we have civil society organization with human rights institutes, and also academia. And we work together and develop the famous Copenhagen framework on citizen data. And we also envision this collaborative as a space for us to share knowledge, resource experience. There's so much work done at the community level. How do we really bring light to this and help other communities that would like to do similar things on data, on citizen data? And how do we foster collaborations under the collaborative? And then this is also a place for us to advocate for great work and for the importance of citizen data, and then mobilize relevant stakeholders and resources to support further work. And of course, we work together to develop methodological guidance and based on really research and then a national experience and community experience from the communities. So we currently have 10 steering committee members that have been extremely instrumental to lead work and from all the way from Bangkok and then moving forward. So clicker is not working. Just a few words about Copenhagen framework. And when we started in Bangkok, we didn't know what we want to talk about. So we said, let's start with the framework because we're statisticians. We really like that. Thanks to Kara. So we wanted to know because everyone was talking about citizen data. We're like, what are you talking about? Is my Fitbit or my phone trace of me, is that citizen data? I'm also producing that kind of data. So at the end, we said, let's talk about it and have a definition for it, a broader definition, really. So we agreed on what to work on and we move forward as a community. So after rounds of discussion and consultation, we decided or sort of settled on a definition, that operational definition, saying that citizen data has to be something that citizens are really, really meaningfully engaged in the different stages of the data value chain, or GSBPM, if you're familiar with that language. We have a set of principles of citizen data that, if you're familiar with the fundamental principle for official statistics, is something aligned with but different, and also pretty much very linked to the human rights approach to data Nicolas had presented earlier. We also put together 8 enabling environment elements within the country, and then they really need to be there to support sustainable and production and use of citizen data. And lastly, we drew a roadmap for us and see where do we go from there. And now we have the framework. So we started in November 2022 with IAEG-SDGs, and then April 2023, we launched the Collaborative on Citizen Data at the 4th World Data Forum. September, thanks to our colleagues, all the colleagues, and of course NORAD was there, support our second expert group meeting on citizen data. That's where the birth of Copenhagen framework from that meeting. In March 2024 this year, we presented the draft conceptual Copenhagen framework to the Statistical Commission and received a lot of support from NSOs. And this year, we had another expert group meeting in July in New York, and we talked a lot about implementation of the framework, refining, finalization of the framework, and also an important aspect about data quality that seemed to be the hurdle to block us to foster further partnership and collaboration. And we are going to bring the revised, finalized, refined Copenhagen framework and our roadmap to the Commission in March next year. Just broadly, we had discussed a lot within the collaborative and with experts on what are the things we should do as a collaborative to really support this initiative, to support countries, especially those on the ground. So we are two large work streams. One is at national level to really support working countries, and then at the global level, and to really bring great experience from the local communities to national to global level, and then also bring all the discussions there to the countries as well, and really curating all the great knowledge, experience, foster peer learning, and moving forward for methodological guidance production, and then really bring visibility of citizen data. I think that's my last slide. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Aoi. I think that's a good introduction and good overview of the work that's been done so far. But let me now turn to the panel, and I'll start with the co-chairs of the IAEG-SDGs, because that's how we started this whole project. And I'd like to hear from you your views on how you see this work on citizen data and this new intersectional approach to data, how you see this impacting and supporting the work of the IAEG-SDGs on what we used to call data disaggregation, my least favorite word, and how you see this moving forward. How can the IAEG-SDGs continue to support the work? Maybe I'll start with you, Kaya.
Thank you, Francesca, and thank you for inviting me today. So generally, the way I see it is citizen data sits outside of official statistics. And so it may not meet the requirements of official statistics and be incorporated into the official statistical system. And perhaps we won't see it in the UN database for the SDGs, but it doesn't mean there's no place for citizen data. I think it's enormously important, and there is a role for this data in the SDG reporting. The power of citizen data is that it often focuses on the most vulnerable in societies, where traditional statistics just are not able to reach those groups, or may not have sufficient coverage to be able to release what they do have. And then if you think about, well, what about using administrative sources? Well, the most vulnerable are often not in the administrative sources, such as tax data or other registry sources. So citizen data is therefore powerful to report on for SDGs in order to leave no one behind. But the challenge is that it's not comparable often to official statistics, and so that requires good communication and explanation. I think the 10 principles of the Copenhagen framework are really important because it will help improve these data, the quality and how this information is produced. And the UK noted this morning the intersectional approach should be undertaken across the data value chain. So to me, this speaks to more than citizen data. It speaks to having civil society, other vulnerable groups included in discussions regarding the data value chain, even in official statistics, right? So there's a role in the communication of how you're producing official statistics. But then back to the second part of your question, what can the IAEG do to support the work of on the production and use of citizen data for SDGs? So I mentioned it could be used for SDG reporting at a national level for vulnerable groups. And I believe yesterday I spoke a little bit about the community spotlights that at StatCan we used, and I recommend that if you can,
showcase some of that data in whatever dissemination vehicle you have available. So we use community spotlights to talk about not only the data that was held by different civil society groups, but also the work they were doing. So, and we had a specific note, this is not, this is not official data. This is, for questions on this, please see this civil society group. And so we've done that twice. The other thing that we've done is we developed a data quality tool. So groups can assess their own data. We built it for us, and I'll give the UK credit because we were inspired by the UK tool. But citizen generated data groups can use this. We use it to assess it. Is it good enough for us to feel confident in using for reporting? And so it's about building those kind of tools that are shareable. And I think the IAEG, can promote the use of these kind of tools. I'm thinking about on national reporting platforms. I think there's a way for this kind of data to be showcased on national reporting platforms. I think OpenSDG is a great source of that. You could create a whole other data hub. So you'd have your official data hub with the official statistics, and then you could have a second data hub. And so you can link the two. OpenSDG is great for having that kind of flexibility. So I think the IAEG can promote the implementation of this kind of development of a second data hub. And the reason I say a second is because it would be so complex to put it in the first one and then say, well, it's not really comparable for these reasons. I think a second data probably the easiest to be able to communicate. So I think there are many ways that the IAEG can help, but mostly it's in advocating for your work and some supporting the tools and sharing them across. So what we're doing, what other countries are doing to use citizen data in their reporting. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Cara. Same question to you, Denise. You've also been leading this process.
Good afternoon. Are you hearing me? It's so strange. Yeah, no, I think it's great. Are you hearing me? Okay. Yeah, 2 years journey on citizen data from Bangkok to Oslo. The title of the side event was creative. Yeah, it's a journey because it is a process of construction. In this, regarding this issue, the IAEG-SDG members can participate of these discussions. Yeah, because citizen-generated data is an innovative way to produce data, and we need to discuss a lot for having international concepts, definitions, standards, and guidances. I remember at the beginning of the process, we fill out a questionnaire prepared by UN with important information to collect experiences in countries. I think it is important to continue to collect more experiences using that questionnaire. Brazil, for example, has some experiences around this, such as collaborative mapping, mainly conducted by academia, citizen engagement in environmental data collection, conducted by National Geological Survey, and leaders engagement for specific territories, conducted by the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics. For example, for the first time in the Brazilian demographic census, the Quilombola population was identified as an ethnic group. It is important to produce data in terms of disaggregation. It was the first time we collected this information for these people who are remaining regions of quilombos, which were communities formed by fugitive slaves in slavery times in Brazil. So we had the participation of quilombolas community leaders who worked to support the mapping of communities and as guides for census taker. Any issues which aroused, such as refusing to answer, for example, were brought to the quilombola leaders. It was a multi-stakeholder process. And I think the other experiences is like this. Ghana will talk about this. It is a multi-stakeholder process, and it is an innovative way to produce data in this sense, because not only NSO can participate, but also CSOs, the non-governmental institutions, and the other line ministries and other entities. Yeah, and in case of Brazil, the data on the social conditions of this quilombola population will allow us to advance in the SDG indicators production because of the disaggregation, mainly for the Brazilian SDG number 18, which intends to achieve racial equality in the Brazilian society. So there is a potential gain in working with citizen data, with the proposal to engage people, entities, communities, and what this can represent in getting more reliable information in aspects that NSOs don't have condition to answer sometimes, such as the specific aspects of the community, such as I mentioned before. Also, it is important to construct the framework and to define what will be the role of the NSO and the balance between data quality and interest in adding participation in the data value chain. I think IAEG-SDG members can share their experiences also in this group filling, for example, the questionnaires, and not to leave no one behind. Citizen-generated data is one of the ways to give a voice to people in vulnerable situations and bring them closer to the statistics. And in relation our activity in the subgroup about data disaggregation, we can discuss more about the citizen-generated data. And to move forward, we already have proposals in the Copenhagen framework. At the end, we have a roadmap to implement the conceptual framework, and you added some very important elements, such as mobilizing resources and partners, build case studies, implementing the conceptual framework. Recently, I read in the LinkedIn that Colombia is starting to produce the Copenhagen framework. It will be another good example in the future. From my perspective, it is very important to include existing methodologies step by step in some document. I think this document that you are producing continue to share experiences, even as a way of boosting other experiences. So thank you very much.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, and good that you remember the questionnaire. I had forgotten about the questionnaire. It was an important tool that we used in the beginning. Thank you. So why don't I turn now to someone who actually had a lot of experience with citizen data. Omar, in your country, you've done quite a good amount of work in this area. So I'd like to get your views on how you see this data, how it has this momentum, right, of this new trend, how it has impacted your work at the National Statistical Service in Ghana.
Thank you very much. I think if any country will be excited about this framework, it is Ghana. The reason is we started working in this in 2020 when we first piloted the use of citizens generated data at the time we call it to monitor 3 SDGs indicators on gender-based violence and 1 on waste management. And we realized that whilst it may not necessarily provide the level of quality data that we need as a statistical institution, it provided actionable data that led directly to, excuse me, municipalities acting on the outcomes. And this, for me, when the framework engagement started, that's why we were excited to be part of the collaborative. It kind of gave legitimacy and credibility for and confidence for people to use the results of this data, of this process to inform immediate actions within their municipalities. And 2 clear examples in this case. One, we recently did some work for persons with disabilities to try to understand, because in our law in Ghana, 3% of the local government budget is supposed to be ring-fenced for services for persons with disabilities. And we decided to use this approach to sample a cross-section of persons with disability to understand, even if they know. And interestingly, 40% had no idea that this even exists. So how do they assess it? And it's supposed to provide them services in 4 areas. And we try to find out for those who have assessed these services, how has it improved their economic situation, which is one of the principles. And unfortunately, it has not really helped them to move them from where they are to the stage where the principles were expecting. So currently they are using the results from this to inform the revision of the guidelines on how these resources would be utilized by the local governments in Ghana. Another area where we see this to be very important is, and later on I'll be presenting on that, is when we did our first work on marine litter on SDG 1411B. As part of the engagement that the government of Ghana later had with the UK government on the Oceans Country Partnership Program, which is supporting the government of Ghana. 3 things. The National Statistical Office has been brought around the table to discuss this. Currently, as we speak, an academic program has been set up at the University of Cape Coast to train people across West Africa on marine litter. Secondly, Ghana is currently working to designate marine protected areas, which was originally not part of. So it means that there's value in this. And where I see it to be very important is national statistical offices cannot afford to stay back and allow CSOs to drive this. The reason is that we have the lens of data quality. And personally, I feel proud that my work with IAEG actually helped us in ensuring that whilst we work in this space, we gradually ensure that we meet some minimum quality whilst ensuring that the data are specific for actions. So I see this to be an important step in the use of citizens' data.
Wonderful. I want to come back to you on the issue of quality and something else. But before I do that, I just want to turn to Elizabeth. Elizabeth has been part of the steering committee since the beginning. This is a group of the 10 entities, and you actually work on the framework with all of us, trying to develop it and bring together all our ideas. So I'd like to hear from you how that has impacted your work, because you come from a very sort of sectorial type of angle. So over to you.
Thank you. It's a real privilege and honor to be part of this collaborative, and I think it's a great example of multi-stakeholder work in the data field and in the UN. So I'm a UN advocate, and I'm always promoting this because I think it's a very good example we could replicate. And I'll take a step back. I was at the first IAEG meeting in New York in 2015, and I've been to 11. So, and my partners have been to the other 4. So we've been part of the process. And that first meeting, we definitely did not talk about citizen data. We did not even have a space as civil society to speak. And so I will say that through this process, look at where we are now. It's really, the shift is phenomenal. And it's an excellent example of participatory multi-stakeholder partnership. And the collaborative on citizen data is even the icing on the cake for this. So 2 years ago, we started the discussion in Bangkok, and we've at lightning speed really come very far, and it's just such a privilege for us. So from the perspective of the stakeholder group of persons with disabilities, we've been very active in this process. So we've been able to create and also highlight our work to make sure the data reflect the reality of the communities with whom we work and the communities themselves. We're able to share our knowledge and experiences. For example, with partners, there was this year data on deaf Indigenous women in Bolivia. So it's quite a specific area, and data had never been collected in this community before. And this data we were able to present at the Statistical Commission side event we had. So this was phenomenal, and a deaf researcher presented this, and I think it was quite powerful. We also mobilized ourselves. So we have citizen data case studies we put together, and we have now happy to share with you. So we can share and show the diverse citizen data generated data studies that we are collecting around the world, both nationally and globally and regionally. And then the last point is that I'm really pleased that the collaborative is ensuring there's accessibility for participants, presenters with disabilities such as sign language interpretation or captions, and it's in a budget line. And this is something that really should be systematically in place to go forward. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think it's the first time I put something on a budget that really had that accessibility, and it was really very, very important to have that. Okay, I'd like to then move to, how this can be supported by partners and donor communities. But before we do that, maybe Omar, you want to say a couple of words about what do you expect? You work at the country level, and we heard Kara about, how difficult it is for some of this data to be integrated into official statistical system. What type of support does a National Statistical Office need? How can the collaborative bring the support where we really have to address different parts of the data ecosystem? We have to work with the civil society groups, we have to work with communities and with the official statistical side, academia, all other partners. So what is your expectation? How do you think the community, the collaborative and the steering committee can support that, and the donors and the partners who are involved in this? Oh no, you have your mic.
Thank you very much. I think there's the need for consistent and conscious investments in this space. The reason is when the collaborative developed the 10 principles, I think the discussion started in Copenhagen, and we already were preparing to roll out the pilot for the SDG 1662. And so we incorporated this in that. And the results is fantastic because it helped us to appreciate what dimensions of data quality we need to pay attention to when we are having that. And interestingly, already I have a conversation with the Office of National Statistics in the UK, where they are looking at learning from the experiences of Ghana on the possibility of adopting this process in their next census. So it means that our ability as a collaborative to get support across board, to support national statistical offices, to delve into this space would help greatly in delivering data for public good. And that is where.
This is good connection to my question to you, Toriel. You've been supportive from NORAD, all the new data initiatives. The Data for Now is, probably the largest initiative on promoting use of innovative data sources in countries. How does this sort of resonate with you? How does this fit with your strategy and, the whole idea of making better data for development a reality? Over to you.
Boxes and see beyond. So our work on the support to Data for Now and other data and statistics initiative is really focusing on strengthening national level capacity of national statistical offices and the national statistical systems, right? And for that, we're looking at what are the drivers to bring change in the larger system. So statistics is one part, but it sits within a governance portfolio where we're looking at, there's the revenue and statistics and decision making on public budgets and anti-corruption. And when you bring these together, you're really seeing that there is a lack of connection, both on the government side, but also between government institutions and citizens. So in our strategy for this work, you're building up the different parts of the ecosystem, whether it's civil society, academia, policymakers. Because if there's a big imbalance, you have a very strong civil society and a very weak capacity on the government side. It doesn't allow for the best kind of engagement to facilitate change, but also the other way around. You have a very strong government and no space for civil society. It doesn't also facilitate that. So in that sense, we try to, through our partners, look at, what is needed in specific countries. In some countries, it's really to look at the capacity of the NSOs. Others, it might be more on that engagement with the civil. So it's not one size fits all. So we trust our partners really to make those decisions, the ones that are on the ground and can do this analysis and make those decisions. We're looking for how data then can be part of that trust building between these different stakeholders. I don't think we want to end up in a world where there's only one set of data that describes reality, but there should be a way of trust is also that, you come with your data, I come with my data, and then through that, we see that there are different ways of seeing this, but it is somehow a shared language nonetheless. So if data can be used to kind of trigger a change, to make better policy decisions to get us towards the SDGs, that needs to happen. And then maybe, like we said here, this might not be a framework that we can use at the global level, but we have other tools for that. But really making sure that this is something that is visible and then more open processes for this at the country level. I think that's the important.
Cool. Thank you. That's such an important perspective. Hassan, I turn to you. This is all sort of relatively new for us, but you've been observing and involved with citizen science and engagement of the public in science overall over the years, right? And so how have you've witnessed the evolution of this? So how have you, what's been the change, the evolution of the level of engagement of the public in science, in data, and why do you think there was a change, if you saw a change?
I think this is probably one of the big. one answer to your question about the why, maybe the how. It's just made, it's just basically revolutionized the situation. I mean, I think, I guess when I go back to my earlier years in when I was much more of a reporter, a science reporter in different countries, and so from the perspective of the scientific community, there were some fields where perhaps we didn't fully acknowledge, but we made a lot of we used to get a lot of help from data providers outside of the traditional places, basically universities and to some extent businesses. And of course, I think of ornithology. The study of bird watching just would not be where it is without starting from people filling out little surveys with pen and paper and sending them to different organizations. And we know so much about the relationship, or just the changing nature of bird migration, because of the involvement of citizen data, and particularly now, of course, with climate-related impacts. That's such a big thing. I guess the other field is astronomy, and ever since from, you might want to call it, pre-modern, pre-industrial times, of course, astronomy has been something that everyone has been fascinated by. And then, the development of the telescope, and now, much more. There are so many different ways of involvement. But I think the world of citizen data collection has just kept up with that, partly because of the advent of connectivity, but also because the community of astronomy has involved them. I mean, they just welcome the fact that here is this source of potentially of, between millions, tens of millions of additional data points. And a little bit like what you're doing is that they sort of, they help out with standard setting, with and other aspects, but there's a real sort of welcoming. So that's the sort of, I suppose that's I want to call it the positive side. I think, where there's been more challenge has been, or certainly more tensions, has been around what sometimes we might call helicopter science, where in certain or in some scientific fields, the community of researchers has not involved, people who today we would call participants. Before we might call them research subjects. But of course the terminology and the language is changing, and so are codes of behavior, codes of ethics. And I think there are many, many examples going back over time, potentially also, in the present day, where the involvement of people as partners in the process of gathering knowledge and has just not been an equitable one. It's been pretty inequitable in many ways. So from our point of view as journals, but also from institutions, I think there's a whole load of thinking underway in terms of how can we make our own processes more robust. So we recognize that. So if we get studies where it's very obvious that large numbers of people have been involved in the making of that study, but where are they acknowledged? Should they be authors? What are the distinctions between acknowledgement and authorship? All of those things are things that we're now very actively thinking about, because we know that there's been it's not been a particularly it's not been a happy place in the past, certainly not in some respects. So it's I think my very quick final point, I suppose, is that where we're sitting here in Oslo, but in this region generally, a lot of the academic study around the involvement of people in science comes from this place, from this region, and particularly the idea of consensus conferences, which was a way of trying to involve people in if you like, when new technologies were being developed, and I'm thinking particularly in life sciences, genetic modification of food and so on, there was concern in many members of the public. And so researchers, mostly sociologists of science, they worked with lawmakers, they worked with members of other non-governmental organizations to figure out a way, how do we involve more, how can we involve people in the decision making around new technologies? And so again, I think these days it's not necessarily I think it's not a particularly novel idea, the idea of the consensus conference. But, a lot of this work sort of links to what we're talking about, and it did happen around here. So I feel quite privileged to be here. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up. Do you think the involvement of citizens, as we're seeing now, this new trend, will help in having a more equitable use of AI and better representation because that's somehow part of the agenda, right? Trying to find a balance.
It is. I mean, AI is it's almost like it. We could do a whole day, couldn't we, around that? I think the big distinction that we're seeing in terms of new technological development, of course, AI is so driven and dominated by companies, and of course we saw that in food technology. That was also driven by companies, but there was I would say the independent research community was quite well represented in those arguments and those debates. Whether you go back to green revolution technologies all the way to the advent of genetics. But I think with AI, there is a real imbalance in that a lot of the really, really innovative work is happening in the corporations. It's happening in the big companies, and they have huge demand. They are fantastic employers for the people who work for them, and universities struggle. And I think where there is definitely an imbalance. There's no doubt about it. This is not a contentious point. There is an imbalance, and I think that's the real challenge. Is that if this was a meeting of professionals working around data quality and AI, there'd be a lot of people here in this room from businesses, and there'd probably fewer people from organizations like yourselves. Yeah.
Well, I have a lot of follow-up questions, but we don't have a lot of time, and I'd like to take a couple of questions from the audience. And also, we have a colleague from WCMC, Neil Burgess, who I think can share a few words about how you use the citizen data and citizen science for the monitoring of the global biodiversity framework.
Thank you for the chance. I'll say 2 or 3 words. I mean, not so much. And this will be from the environmental kind of perspective of the SDGs, which is where we work. I mean, first off, I think it's true that in environmental citizen science data has been going on for many years. And in many cases, like the bird example, I think it is the major source of data these days. So citizens are collecting huge amounts of data, but they're also collecting it across pressures on biodiversity, state of the environment, responses like the protected area example, and benefit sustainable use. So it's across the board. Citizens are heavily involved. Academic and NGO networks have been working on frameworks and guidance and gathering case studies for a long time. So I think there's probably there's an interaction between this group and the kinds of groups that I know. There's lots and lots of groups in Europe collecting all kinds of data, but they're not only in Europe, they're all over the place. So I think there's a lot that can be learned and benefited from current citizen science kind of networks. But specifically, people I've been working with have looked at the possibility for citizens to collect data across the SDGs. Can they? How could they? Should they? Things like that. And within the context of the Convention of Biological Diversity, which is having its COP in Colombia at the moment, that's adopting a whole society approach. So it wants to have indigenous data and citizen data included within its own monitoring framework. How is it going to do that's a question. But we've been looking across all the indicators and all the targets in the CBDs, some of which are exactly the same as the SDGs. And citizens can contribute meaningfully data into numerous ones of that. So I've given Heather some example resources of this engagement, but there is a huge amount of citizen potential and actual data being gathered. The question is, how does it get brought into SDG reporting in an appropriate way, obviously? And just on technology, smartphones are collecting more biodiversity data on a daily basis now than any other piece of technology in the world. So smartphones and AI-enabled technologies to recognize birdsong, that kind of thing, it's going to explode for sure.
Thanks so much for sharing that. We have time for a few very quick questions. Questions to the panel, or also your views on how you would like to contribute to the work. Natalia.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm quick enough to put my top. I missed it in the last presentation. Citizen data, I mean, just to say that from EGRI's perspective, of course, fully supportive of this work. It's a critical data source when looking at displaced populations and stateless populations. But I just wanted to mention, don't forget the people who aren't citizens in citizen data. I've been following the process. I know that it's included, but I do think the language can be a bit problematic and exclusionary, which is of course not the intention, right? Some of the world's most vulnerable people can't claim a citizenship, or their citizenship is unrecognized or vague, or in all sorts of different statuses. So my plea to the collaborative is to make sure that that's really clearly communicated in the work moving forward. And the second thing I wanted to raise, or I wanted to share, was this kind of relationship. And it was interesting because I think all the presenters had a slightly different definition of what they're talking about, in a sense, right? The relationship between the pure citizen data and the kind of more citizen inclusive official data. And I feel like there's a relationship between the two that we need to better tell the story. I have really great examples. I'm thinking of displacement caused by generalized violence in Central America, where citizen data has raised the profile of the affected populations or the issue in this region, and it has led to more inclusive official data processes, as we heard from Brazil's experience. So to kind of keep these two things distinct, I think would be quite important. Thanks.
Thank you. Any more contribution? Yes. Ahmad. Mike.
Is me. Okay. I'm from ERSC, it's the European Association of Remote Sensing Companies, but together with the European Space Agency, other national space agencies, we collect a big amount of data, petadata daily. So I have the impression that maybe it's a bit of misunderstanding that satellite drive data is not already calibrated and validated. They have a lot of processes before the launch of the satellites with the sensors, but also after the launch is done. I mean, we do a lot of field campaigns and also validating these ground data sets. So maybe it's a matter of understanding the authoritative data or new data sets and how these new data sets are fitting into the different workflows. So basically, we are a community that is taking on board on this platform. We are normally providing data sets for environmental SDGs, but definitely we are here to better understand your community, how we could support you better with new data sets, and also to better understanding the workflow where Earth observation is complementary to another data sets. So we definitely see we are not trying to replace anything. It's really just to complement due to the spatial resolution, temporal resolution, or spectral resolution that we have with these new data sets. So we are here the first time again. So happy to take on board how we could collaborate better with you.
Thank you. I think I have Ahmad and then Umar.
Thank you all for your valuable interventions about the use of citizen data, this very important topic. And I think we as National Statistical Office are very mature enough to deal with traditional data sources, but now we're adding another layer of using citizen-produced data will add more complexity to our work. So now I'm just asking about effective engagement strategies to bring on board those kind of private sector players to helping us in support of complementing traditional data with citizen-produced data. In other words, what's in it for them to be supporting us? And another question is, can we do it in-house on our own? Do we have to change our statistical act to have the institutional mandate to start working and building our own kind of processing for citizen-produced data? And are we ready enough in terms of IT infrastructure and this all other kind of readiness to do it on our own? Thank you.
Thank you. Umar, you have a mic? Yeah.
Mine is more of a comment or request. So
I was actually in Bangkok also, and it's just very nice to see what has happened in the last 2 years. So I kind of wanted to set you a challenge for the next 2 years or 4 years or so, because this is kind of becoming a thing right now. And so, for example, it is also from the World Bank, we bring out the statistical performance indicators, and there at least the framework has room for citizen-generated data, right? And we can't measure it. And I was just hoping that going forward, you would also just start taking stock globally, you know, where countries stand. And I don't know how you would do it, probably would require some, you know, 20 questions or something. Yes, no, even just simple. I think just going forward, that would just be an ask, right? Because an organization like the World Bank, we do a lot of capacity building work. For example, our IDA commitments in the last 5 years across 40 countries is $3 billion. And we are willing to work with all sorts of partners. So it's just nice to know where gaps are, where things can be built up. And just, I think we statisticians don't do a good job of measuring ourselves. And we need to do more of that.
That's why we have Open Data Watch, Umar. We are watching you. One more hand here, our colleague from ON. And that, I'm sorry, I have to close after your question.
Thank you. The first part, I just wanted to make a comment. I think the success stories of citizen science, for example, are really great. But I think it's important to note that the data collected from that is like not personal data. So I think there's a very different element to collecting data on people and people providing data on themselves. And I think obviously there's trust has come up a lot in this meeting, but I think that's just one challenge, which is a common challenge that, again, I think citizen data has in common with kind of all data. You know, there's trust issues, there's quality issues, there's kind of sampling issues of who will actually be kind of giving their data in these processes. So I like the idea that citizen data is a kind of another tool in the toolbox to kind of help collect that data, but we're still not solving some of those challenges that our existing data sets already have. And are we bringing new challenges to the table in an already complex environment?
Okay, I think there's a lot to be addressed here. I don't know if we can do it in 5 minutes, but maybe I go around and you can address some of the issues that were raised. You all have a mic. The issues that were raised in 30 seconds. You pick and choose what you would like. Elizabeth, I don't know if you.
Just
issue of citizens versus.
I think one thing I'll tackle really quickly is we should build on what Mike was saying on the intersectionality of co-creation, co-production that we are doing in the collaborative, and investing in the country data, and also really bringing in those communities that are collecting the data. And there's some of you in this room who should join. I think it'll be really, really important. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah, thank you. I think the strength in here is in the area of co-creation, which we have experienced, working with civil society, working with the citizens themselves, citizens groups in the development of the applications for the data collection to feed in their needs to ensure that they have trust and confidence in the process. And that for me is very important.
Too many questions. Imad, let me take yours. Working with the private sector, I would say two things. One is that if you, as civil society or government, as NSOs, I think don't exclusively talk to one company. I think it's really important to make sure that you're engaging with a multiplicity, because everyone's got their own reason. And companies are in business to be in business to make money, and of course, that's really why they ultimately want to influence regulation, and they want to make money. So I think the more you have around the table, it means that their competitors are there as well. So I'm a private company too, will be a bit better behaved. So no exclusive deals. I think the other point that I'd very quickly say is that ask us or ask companies to leave our identities at the door when we come in. So I don't represent Springer Nature, someone is not representing Google, but that, you know, if there is a particular problem that you ask that you would like the help of companies to solve, then we focus on the problem and not on our own what you know, objectives or things. So 2 points.
Attempt to answer on the question. I mean, but what we're seeing is, of course, that there's a lot of difference between different sectors and from country to country. And I think it's a field that is going to be evolving very fast. So I would just encourage everyone to engage in experience and knowledge sharing so that we don't lose out on important experiences and lessons from one sector to another and from one country to another.
Thank you, Denise.
I can't remember what are the questions now, but my final speech is statisticians need work together with other sectors and citizens as well. Yeah, because we need to produce data more disaggregated. Yeah, and the experience, the Brazilian experience is in this direction to produce information in detail in some territories, specific information. And I think this case will support other surveys or other projects. Yeah, it's all.
That's dangerous. Don't leave me with the last word. Well, I think actually one of my biggest takeaways is actionable data. I really liked that. You know, it maybe isn't official statistics, but it's actionable, and that's what the point is, right? It's the measurement is to have action, and so I think that's really key. I think. Imad, for yours, I think your statistical legislation probably allows you access to all sorts of data, but it's building the relationships for that. I think there was also something someone mentioned that there's two types of things going on. There's the citizen data, and then there's citizen engagement across the data value chain or the production of official statistics. Two different things, but they also go hand in hand. And it is about bringing citizens in. And I think there are frameworks out there that do that. And we can learn from each other. We've developed one for engaging with Indigenous populations in Canada. And rather than just at the end where it used to be in dissemination, it's now from the beginning of the data value chain. So how do we develop those questions? Are we developing the right questions? Are we asking them the right way? Who's doing the asking? You know, so I think that citizen interaction in the process is both from data collection, but also in the production of official statistics.
Thank you so much. And to Umar, I think we, on behalf of the steering committee, can accept the challenge of measuring this. I think it's an excellent idea. And we can join forces between SPI and our work. So this has been fantastic. I think they deserve a round of applause, right? Fantastic panelists, and we have to clear the way here very, very quickly so that they can put back the table. Thank you so much.